Hey, y'all. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Happy Monday. Bree, is that you? I see up there, number one spot, y'all. Is that you? I see up there, number one spot. How you get that? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. How you doing? How was your weekend? Hey, Keon. Good morning. Hey, James. Good morning. Elder, what's up? Good morning. Hey, Keon said, oh my God, he beat me to it. Yeah, man, you gotta get up just a tad bit earlier. Hey, Taylor, good morning. Hey, Anita, what's up? Good morning. Hey, Jada, good morning. Poet, good morning. Isis, good morning. Hey, Miss Simone,
Good morning. Good morning.
happy Monday.
Hey, we
Good
back.
morning. How you doing?
Doing good. I am a little tired. I'm not gonna lie, but I know after we finish the success session, I'm gonna be pumped, fired up, ready for my day. Coffee finished. We're gonna get it. It's gonna be
Listen, man. We about to start this whole Monday off right. You know, one of my top sayings is when you are blessed, it is mandatory that you bless somebody else,
absolutely.
right? So this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna go to the top of the list. Guess who was first today, Miss Simone? You ain't never gonna believe it.
I'm like, is it Amaya James, young elder? Who?
Not even, yo. Bree, yo.
Bree?
Bree, yo.
Like debris, but we call her Bree.
Yeah, exactly. The Bree, but we
Yes,
call her Bree. Yeah, the other Bree is Beezy. This
yes,
is
yes.
Bree. Yeah, Bree, number one. Listen, check this out. This is what I found on my table this morning. Drop your cash app right now. I got you.
Miss Joni, what?
Let me say it again.
What?
Let me, you missed that. This,
What is it?
this is what I found on my table this morning. When you are blessed, it's mandatory that you bless others. Bree, drop your cash app. I got you. That's how we gonna start this Monday, y'all.
Well, there you have it, folks.
That's how we about to start this Monday, y'all. Drop your cash app
Congratulations.
right now. I got my phone ready. Let's go ahead and get this done. Let's go ahead and do it.
Congratulations, baby. Oh, that is a blessing.
Yo, a blessing, yo, is mandatory. When you bless, you gotta bless others, yo. Like, it's no other way to do this.
Miss
It's
Jen,
no other way to do this.
were you always like this? Because I could imagine people seeing it and be like, oh, no, 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 no. And it, I found it, finders keepers. This is mine.
No, I can't say from day one that I had that attitude. From day one, I was always a given type person. Like if you asked for something or whatever, like my friends knew I had their back, my family knew I had their back. But it wasn't just like, oh, let me look for ways to help other people. Let me be intentional about it. No, that's new.
That's
That's that
amazing.
came with this HeartSmiles stuff.
We love to see it.
Yeah, that came with this heart smile stuff. Yeah, especially when it comes to youth and just young people, because like nothing makes me happier than to see them repeat that behavior and for them to be able to bless other people. And I'm like, you know what? Yes, they need more examples of this is what you're supposed to do. Like this is how you get more.
That was my next. I was like, how has your life changed since you started giving more?
Oh my God, tremendously. Like it's not even no way that I can put it into words, like tremendously. Yo, she talk about something, I'm gonna text your phone with it. If you know what's good for you, you're gonna put it in this comments because somebody else might want to bless you too, baby. Trust what I do.
Go ahead.
Trust what I do.
Don't worry.
Right?
You
Ain't
can.
nobody, don't send her no requests, y'all. Gives today only.
Yes. Today is a giving day. Please.
She
Don't
like, I'm going to text it to you. Look, baby girl.
they start asking me for. I saw you got that whole band on success session. Let me hold a 20 really
Let me
quick.
get 5.
Oh no. It's okay, Bree. It's okay. It's power in your no. It's okay.
Right, exactly. It's power. Or just do like me and turn your thing off. You can't even send me no requests, y'all.
Oh, you
I
can do.
was getting, I was getting like 50 requests a day, yo. $5 here, $10 there, $25 there. Like,
Miss Johnny said, "I'm giving, but don't get crazy."
exactly. Like, nah. And I'm picking where it's going. You're not just about to be telling me, like,
I was gonna I remember this girl. It was her birthday. She must have requested $2 from everybody in her contacts. And I was just so appalled. I'm like, I don't
yo,
even
shut
talk to
up.
you. Why would you ever think you're just gonna request $2 from me? It was $2. I was so angry. I'm like, do you know who are you?
Yo, stop.
You're not even gonna text me and say, hey.
Right? I didn't even know you could do that, yo. Yo, to everybody in the class. Yo, we got the cash app right here. I'm doing the cash app
Oh,
right now, y'all. We doing this blessing. Any other adults that's on here, if y'all want to do a blessing to our first one on this good old Monday, there go the cash app right there. I don't care if you're watching this video today, tomorrow, or next week. There you go. You just put something in there, encourage that baby.
oh, we love to see it. Get,
Look, that's what we
get your
do.
blessing. You just gotta show up.
That's it. That's half the battle right there. That's the biggest thing, just showing up. Like, yo, that's it.
That makes a difference.
It makes a huge difference, yo. It makes a huge difference.
Oh, I'm fired up.
Bam.
Don't
There we
need.
go.
Here we go. Here we go.
There we go. Just like that, yo. It's done, yo. Just like that. It's done, yo. It is done. It is done. Congratulations to you, Bree. Good job, man. Keep it going. I bet you won't nobody else fuss at me no more when I say, oh, you ain't number one today.
Oh yeah, it's not just for laughs and giggles. Okay.
Like, yo, everything I do be strategic, yo. Keep sleeping on me if you want. Everything I do is strategic and intentional. I be trying to put people in position to get these blessings, yo. I be trying, but people don't want to stay put.
I know, y'all. Stay ready so you don't have to get ready.
Stay ready so you ain't gotta get ready.
And it might be tiny in the beginning, but after a while, it'll just become autopilot. Like your default will be excellence. Like it'll just be, you won't even try anymore. It'll just be, oh, this is a part. This is who I am. This is me. So
Yo, gotta be. Yo, when I was working at Comcast, yo, I was always the first person there and the last person to leave. Like always. It was never a time where that was not the case.
that
Never. Just ever.
every day.
Every single day, yo.
That's good.
Every single day. Even days that I ain't feel too well or had stuff going on, whatever, yo.
Yeah.
Never, ever, ever was anybody in that building before me. Never.
And I know that made a really good impression because people know.
Oh, absolutely.
Don't know how.
Absolutely. Because then I eliminated the excuse for anybody else to ever even be late or to not show up and do what they had to do.
Yeah, that's true. Oh yeah, because this is when you were the manager.
Hmm.
Oh, that's even
Yeah, for sure.
more.
Oh, I'm working harder than all y'all.
Okay. But don't try to sit up in here and tell me what you can and cannot do.
Absolutely.
I
I'm working harder than all y'all. Everybody. Nobody's ever going to outwork me. And that's always been, like the thing that's kind of kept me one step above. Like you might be smarter than me. You might have more connects than me. You might have more talent than me, but you're never going to outwork me. Never, ever. Just never going to happen like that.
all right, Miss Johnny, you heard it first. I was like, yeah, you got me, because I would be with you for the first 2 weeks, and after that, I'm like, oh, bye.
Yeah, exactly. Yo, that's how I be. Yo, even at my McDonald's days, yo, I was like one of the only people who I could run the whole back by myself.
Now that's awesome.
Like, yo, the whole back, yo, by myself.
Food service to like that's mad respect, Mrs. Johnny.
Yo,
For woman. Okay. Because
yo, what? And don't mess around, put the drive-through headphones on too, so I could just hear the orders coming through. Don't even gotta look at the screen, yo. I'm just listening to what's coming, yo. What?
Miss Johnny, we need to talk offline because we need to invest. People are always gonna eat. and they're always going to get sick. And I don't want to capitalize on those two industries. I'm just saying, if that's always going to happen, we need to invest in a little. I'm gonna call you.
Listen,
I'm gonna
let's
call
do it,
you.
Miss Simone. Yeah, let's do it.
I'm gonna put the smile. We're gonna have the work. It's gonna be good. We're gonna.
That's it.
All right.
That's it. But we ain't hiring too many people from here. We gotta get new kids.
Please step it up. Please step it up because
we got. Oh, hey y'all. Good morning.
Okay, I was gonna say good morning, babies.
Good morning. Where we at? Good morning, Jada. Good morning, Poet. Y'all, Poet got her IG site up.
Yeah.
Make sure you check that out. Good morning, Q.
Good morning.
Good morning, Amaya. Good morning, Ari. Ari, I'm so sorry. We got that notice from Dr. Santalitas that she got to cancel Wednesday. I know. She got called into a meeting with the superintendent.
So when is she coming back?
I know. We don't know yet, but I sent her people a message and was just like, well, we got a few days, first week of June or any day during the week of June. So we'll see.
It's okay.
We'll see.
It'll be
I know. I hate when it happens like that. But good morning, Lamar.
Good morning.
Good morning, Kamaya Success Sessions. Hey, yo. Kamaya Success Sessions, yo. I got to shout her out, yo. And I know I've been shouting her out lately, yo. But, yo, for real, she saw that I posted something about the YAB on my story. And immediately she was on it. Like, yo, what's this? Can I be a part of this? Can I come? Yo, send her the link. She was right there on the YAB meeting and engaging and adding value and all that. Awesome. And we get off the call. They like, who's that? You gonna bring her on to the YAB? Yeah, the professor's in there. So
come on. Yes.
I'm like, you know what? I'm like, if she stay consistent and she keep doing her thing, then absolutely we will definitely make sure that happens. But that's what happens when you show up and you really show up. Yeah. Like, so congratulations to you.
Because the YAB really, like you said, they do really good work. Like has the just power, I guess, to make a change and use their voice and speak up, and people really listen. So very proud of you, Kamaya.
Yeah, that's a big deal. Good morning, Cam. And Cam was another one too that the professors had asked me about, because Cam, she do some work with the YAB, but she's not an official YAB member. So they like, yo, is Cam gonna be a YAB member? I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna ask her. So I guess I'm asking her. Yo, it ain't no better feeling than when somebody invites you to the situation, like just because they see how you move and they see how you work. Like, and this ain't no small thing. So congratulations. Yeah. Hey, man.
Where are the boys? Come on.
I don't know where these boys at. The boys be asleep, y'all. I don't even know.
They like sharing a little bit and then they fall out. And we have some consistent, like strong ones, but y'all recruit because we have to keep this going.
I don't know, y'all. I mean, the most consistent boy we got right now, I guess, is the manager.
Yeah. Manager.
Ma.
Yeah.
And then Lamar. The Wavy Way, y'all. Shout out Wavy Way. I'm still waiting on my do-rag so I can put them on. But he's still new, so I can't even really be like, yeah. But like for him to be as new,
even get his cuts out.
He ain't missed the beat, y'all. He ain't missed the beat. I'm like, yo, man. And some of my other new kids, Corey, y'all.
Yes, Corey.
Corey been consistent. King Core, what's up? Good morning. Arthur.
Yes.
Good morning. Yeah, been seeing Arthur. Arthur say, I'm just stopping by. Everyone enjoy their day and smile a little bit. Yeah.
Yes, come on with the smile. Yes.
Right? Yo, my mother was so mad they cut that video off, y'all.
We're gonna do a part 2 because they're not about to. And it was just getting good. Like they were already like, dude.
I know, man. I know. I'm like, I wish they would have cut that foolishness off that we was playing. Remember we had James foolishness up there. I'm like, no, that they could have cut that.
That was so funny. We're like, close your eyes, close your ears.
Yo, I was like, y'all, forgive me, saints.
It was every cuss word in the book, and I felt so bad because the video was so popping, and my ears were just like,
Right? A mess, a whole entire mess, but it's all good. Ma, good morning. Ma said today's going to be an amazing day. I can feel it. Absolutely, because his thing dropped today on the Steve Harvey show.
yes, at 4 o'clock.
So yeah, 4 o'clock, we get to see you. So, and I think he's hosting a watch party or something like that.
Mar, put the details in the comments, but pretty much we're gonna see if we can get on Zoom, share the screen so everyone can see, comment. Mark can share his story if anyone has any questions, things like that. But just like this stuff is it's real, y'all, and it's powerful, and the stuff that you've been through, it like hurts, but you can see how you go through that stuff. It makes you stronger. You stay consistent. You persevere, and now you're like a million miles ahead of where you even thought you could ever be. So I encourage y'all to
Yeah.
like, listen to this story, stay connected, because if God could do it for Mar, he could do it for you.
Yeah, absolutely. Good morning, Taylor. Taylor said this week will be great, full of blessings and good vibes.
We
Yes.
get into the atmosphere.
Speak it in.
Oh,
Queen Amina. I
hey.
think that might be my aunt. I don't know. I don't know. Y'all know my mother kind of famous on Twitter. She be tweeting out the link and stuff. So
Twitter, that's what I'm about to get on Twitter.
yo,
Can I
that's
get
all
on
she do,
Twitter?
yo, is talk about her Twitter, yo.
That's beautiful. That makes me so happy. She's woke because I feel like all the woke people be on Twitter.
Yeah, yeah, no, she definitely is. But good morning. Hey, Chris. Got Chris out the grave. Chris, you better stay out that grave, buddy.
Yes, come out, come out.
Yes, good to see you.
Yeah. Oh, this makes me happy, y'all. I already feel pumped up. It's gonna be a great day.
Oh man, it's gonna be a great day. We got to, man. Look, we this is what we do. This is what we do. Bree said it's just made my day so much better. I've been stressing all weekend about my AP test today. Baby, don't stress about nothing. Look,
Yes.
you got one or two choices. You either gonna work or you gonna worry. Don't ever do both. Don't ever try to do both, man. Look, just work and you good. Don't even worry about it.
Exactly. Oh, I like
Yeah,
don't even work or you're gonna worry.
that's
I,
it.
I
Yo, that's it.
mean, it's simple. It really is. It's like, oh, yeah,
Yo,
right.
I live for simplicity. Anything that's like, oh, come, I live to just break it down. Like, look, it's either this or that. Like, what you gonna do?
There you go. Don't think of it in too much this or that. And just always know, guys, life is a process. I feel like a lot of the time, I know I get like this, and especially when you're young, it feels like if you make this, well, okay, yeah. If you make this decision, like your whole life is going to be over. And there are some decisions that if you don't make the right one, it could definitely make it harder for you, but that doesn't mean that you can't figure your way out of it. Like you can still, so don't just try to make the best decision. And if you narrow it down to one or two and you really know, it makes it so much easier. Don't be trying to half do this and half do that. Just do the right thing and the rest will fall into place.
And that's it.
Yeah.
And that's gonna keep you out of jail too, Miss Simone. Because
No.
I'm so sick of jail calls, y'all. I'm so sick of them. I'm so sick of them. And the only reason I'm involved with this little one particular one is because I got a good relationship with his mother.
Yeah.
And, just talking to his mother and all that, like, I can't imagine the pain, that she feels, her son, locked up and all that. But I'm just like, yo, I'm sick of it. Especially when we give you an opportunity to do so much more, we give you an opportunity to do better. And just like how you just set up here and said, all you gotta do is just do the right thing. That's it.
Right thing,
And
guys.
sometimes those decisions will alter your life forever.
Yeah. It's real. Okay, sorry, one more plug and then we can talk about but I was watching this movie on Netflix last night. Y'all should watch it. It's called Miss Virginia, Miss Virginia. And it's about this lady. She was a mother growing up in poverty. Her son was only 15 and just like, falling into the streets. Like, guys, there are systems, there are forces that want you. People are actively trying to get you to fit into their system, right? So that we know the schools aren't good, the teachers don't care, or they're overwhelmed, the books aren't good, they're like half binded, some have pictures, some have pages, some don't. It was just a mess. And so then, you see the cycle, you're like, what is there to work towards? And then you have drugs and all this other violence that is creeping up at your door. And she was determined to make sure that her son didn't fall into it, because he was like not wanting to go to school. And as soon as he walked out of the school, there were all the people who weren't doing anything with their lives sitting right there waiting for him, thinking that all they could do is sell drugs and all this stuff. I say all this to say she like went to Congress. She passed this whole educational act so that people who did want to do well in school had a chance to, they could get a scholarship to go to any private school in DC. And it changed lives. Like now, because of that program, there's a girl, she's getting her PhD and she's doing research at Hopkins. There's a girl who is really interested in like anime and game design. So now she studied Japanese and she's a translator. So she lives in Japan and she translates English to them. There are two boys, they were brothers. And like everyone always said they wouldn't be anything. One is going to be a paramedic and the other one's going to be a school psychologist. And he said he's determined to make sure that the narrative about Black youth is changed, because if we don't change it, other people will keep putting this stuff on us.
Exactly.
Just make
exactly. Wow. And some crap we put on ourselves because this young man had a choice.
Yeah.
He had a choice. And I said I wasn't even going to talk about it. But what you said just made me think about it.
It's true though. And we hate to see it, y'all, because we see all the greatness and potential, and just sitting up there in a cell, letting people dictate your life when you eat. That stuff is so inhumane. Don't even get me started. No one should live like that, and you know it. So don't let people tell you how you're gonna live your life. You show them different. You show up to HeartSmiles. We got you, but you have to show up. You have to show up, please.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, Miss
I'm done messing Simone.
Yeah, we gotta stop. Let's go. Let's go.
What we doing today, Miss Simone? What we doing? Lamar will say, was I out here flipping burgers? Yeah. Burgers, fish, nuggets, all that. Yeah. Drop the crispy chicken, all that.
Absolutely. I feel like working in the food is like your first job. Like you say, it really teaches you structure, discipline, a little efficient in the kitchen. Don't play. Okay. But today, this is the perfect, because we're actually going to talk about resume development today, because you guys know we do, well, at Thriving Thursdays, I run the career job track. And so I wanted to talk about how do you build your resume, so you guys can just be prepared and use this time of Corona to either make a resume or update your resume. So by the time, if you want to work during this time and you need a job, this is good too. But even when it's all over, you'll just feel prepared and ready. So, just a quick little icebreaker question before we get into it. I wanted to see what y'all think. Like, what is the first thing y'all look at when someone like walks into a room and you're just meeting them? Like, what does your eye immediately go to when you first see somebody walk into a room? And I want to hear everyone's opinion. Miss Joni, all the heartbeats in the comments. What is the first thing you look at when someone walks into the room?
I look at people's hands.
Ooh.
That's like one of the first things I'll notice about a person. Like I'll see their hands basically before I notice like real features about their face for real.
Okay. What is it about their hands?
Just for me, it's just one of the first indicators of like what a person does, or cleanliness a little bit. But
it's definitely the cleanliness. Just them fingernails.
Just a little bit, but like if I see somebody, they got their little fingernails bit down to the nub, I'm like, oh, they must be nervous or, something going on. Or if I see somebody that has, kind of like those like strong, gritty hands, I'm like, oh, maybe they work in a garden or they do a lot of physical work and stuff like that. So,
I like that. Okay, okay. I know I was thinking about this and I was like, what do I need to pay attention? Usually because I don't like, they say don't judge a book by its cover, which I make sure I live by that. But I still there's just immediate things. Like when you see somebody, your just brain it does it. You start making assumptions and ideas. So I think I was
mhm,
like, I either look at their eyes, or just like what their mouth is, whether it's a smile or not a smile. I think one because I am so focused on a smile, so I think that's
yeah.
why I like project that on other people. But even the eyes too, because like if people aren't making eye contact with me, I'm like, are they nervous? Are they about to lie to me? Like what's
Don't say they about to lie to me.
if they do make eye contact, that means they're feel confident or they're excited. Like you can tell a lot by like people's eyes and just facial expression. So that's kind of what I look like. Not what I look like, but what I look for when I first see somebody. Do we have any comments before I like talk?
Yeah, you got a bunch of comments. I see. Ari says she looks at the facial expression. Corey says shoes. I'm with you on that too, Corey. I definitely make my way to the shoes. Mars said their face. Bree said I first look at their hands to make sure they don't have nothing in them.
Yeah.
Poet says I look at how they dress, then their posture, then what they have to go on their face. Ari said, or the way that they are dressed. Ania said their mouth. Ania, why their mouth? That's interesting. I never heard that one.
Yeah, let's
Mars said, I will say their hands too. And
okay.
Elder says, she looks at their shoes.
Yeah.
Isis says, the way they talk to others does it for me.
I love
Yes, Isis, I'm with you on that. Um, and Maya said, I mean, it also depends what way I'm sitting when they come in.
that's very true too. Y'all
Mm-hmm.
man, I love y'all. Y'all have
I
so
know they be on it, don't they?
like, yeah, and this is good for me to know. So when we get out of quarantine, I'm gonna make sure my hands are clean, my shoes are nice.
Oh, check my shoes because I got shoes I can't even wear because of this quarantine. Check my shoes.
It's about to be a wrap. It's about to be.
What?
All right, y'all heard it first. Miss Johnny too. But for real, the reason I asked that question is because even though I hate that we live in this kind of superficial world and stuff like this does matter, it's not everything, but your first impression really is so important to like, understand, am I projecting myself the way I want people to see me? People are always going to think what they want to think and do all this stuff, but do I at least feel confident and comfortable with what I'm putting out no matter what? So that kind of goes into professional development in general overall, but also just like your resume too, because sometimes you won't be able to hear what they're saying. They won't be able to see. All they can see is what you put on paper. And so as we're talking about resumes, I want y'all to remember like, what do I want to project on paper so that when someone sees this paper, they like it speaks to who I am and what I want to be. Because I know sometimes just like, oh, resume, da, 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 let me just hurry up and get it done. But it's like, no, this is really your time to shine. So let me share my
Oh,
screen.
Ania said about the mouth,
Uh huh. Oh, I'm
I'm
ready.
too dead. She said when they talk, I want to make sure they don't be having nasty teeth, breath, and chapped lips.
Teeth, breath, and chaplet.
I'm too dead.
I'm so-
But you know what? That's true. That's true. And anybody that know me, if y'all have been around me long enough, y'all know I brush my teeth several times a day. I always got like a mint or something like that in my mouth. You know what I'm saying? Just to make sure that I'm extra sure, especially because I do a lot of talking and people are always in my space and all that stuff like that. So I get it. If
I
I'm ever checked, let me know, Miss Simone, please.
please. That is one of my biggest pet peeves when people around me have me around looking crazy. If my lips are chapped, just a nice, and maybe we can do a session on how to give and receive feedback too, because sometimes don't be that person, no one can't tell you nothing. And also don't be the person that's being rude about like, oh my God, your lips are okay, just let me get myself together. It's been a long day, but it's
Yeah.
important to, have that situational awareness. And I want you guys to know it's like less about other people, but being confident about who you are and what you and the value you have and how you want to present yourself. Okay. So it's not all about maybe the best sneakers or the Fenty Rihanna lip gloss. Vaseline will do, and just a nice clean shoe, whatever. If it has to be a Sketcher, I don't know what kind of sneakers. Okay, maybe not a Sketcher. I think those are the bad ones.
I'll
But
show y'all a shoe. I'll show y'all one of my winter shoes. I'm gonna go get it. I mean, not winter. One of my spring shoes that I can't even put on right now. I'm gonna go get it.
and even if it's just the same shoe, that's okay. Just take care of it. Take care of your body, take care of yourself, take care of the things that matter to you. You don't even have to have a lot. Just make sure that you're presenting yourself in a way that speaks to the value you have inside. So that's what I'm gonna say on that. And thank you for going a little deeper in me and telling us what you meant by the mouth. Okay, y'all. So shifting to what you see in person to what you kind of see in a resume. Okay, so these are just some, we're going to do a couple tips about resumes, and then I'm going to pull up a resume template that a lot of you might have seen if you work with me, just so we can kind of go through. And if dang, I wish I would have, I don't know, Miss Jones, if anybody on here doesn't have a resume and they want to get on, can they get on if you send them the link, and maybe we can work on their resume together and everyone can kind of see what it's like, but we can use them as an example. Hello? Okay. I'm gonna just keep going because I think you're there, but maybe you're muted. So 10 resume writing tips to help you land a job. Miss Johnny, did you hear anything I just said?
My bad, Miss Simone. I went to go get the shoes. Remember I told you I was gonna show you the shoes.
Miss Johnny, what the heck? I'm over here like, wait, hello? Hello? Got me looking crazy on the phone.
Spring, I ain't been able to wear these shoes, man. Remember I said I was gonna show you the shoe when we talking about the shoes.
Okay. We're gonna show them at the end, but I said, excuse us today, guys. It's Monday.
It's Monday. Pay me no mind.
But I was saying that we are going to go through these resume tips, and then I have a resume template that I use. Anyone who's worked with me probably has seen it before. If there's any heartbeats on here that don't have a resume that want to work on one, is it okay if we send them the link and they can get on and we can work on it? So
Absolutely.
kind of see. So all right, heartbeat. If you don't have a resume and you want to get one now, whoever's first, I guess, we'll use theirs as an example. But just some overall resume writing tips to help you land a job. Miss Simone's first one is start Googling stuff, y'all. Get on Google. It is the internet has so many resources that can help you, and look through a couple different sites. And when you start seeing the same things, that's when you can start to know, like, okay, this is pretty standard, especially when it comes to standard things like resumes, cover letters, scholarship applications, how to write a professional email. A lot of this like professional development world stuff is already out there for you. And if you start researching and you'll start seeing the same things, you'll get really confident and comfortable knowing that, okay, this is what I need to do. This is what I don't need to do. So my first tip is start Googling. And the first thing to do is Google the kind of job you're applying for. So when I found this stuff out, because sometimes the hardest part in a resume is figuring out what you're going to put in those bullet points. Like, you did a youth work summer job, and let's say you were a cashier, but how do I put it in a sentence that's not a full sentence? Because you don't want your resume to be too long. It should be one page, maybe two at the most, but you want it to be something quick that people can see what you did, know what you have to offer. And you want your grammar to sound nice. You want it to sound like really good so that people take you seriously and they know that you will be a good employee for them. So I used to spend so much time struggling. How am I going to get the perfect bullet point to put under what I did? Because I know what I did, but is this enough? If you go on job websites like Indeed, I think monster.com, any site where they like have job postings, and you put in the job title, that you did or that you're looking for, which is like cashier or stalker, not like a grocery store stock, like you're stocking groceries, not stalking people. Um, but those kinds of things, it will pull up kind of like a job description and the things that they're looking for. And you can use those things that they're looking for. They already put it in bullet points, and it will like give you kind of a template to put on your own resume. So, can you guys see this new tab that I'm opening? Can you see that, Miss Joni? This Google? Okay. So let's go on Indeed.com. Let's type in cashier, and it's putting me in Columbia, Maryland, but we'll do Baltimore. And try to put in your city too, so that you can figure out what are like the keywords that employers are looking for in your city. Because, you know, in different areas, they might say something else. So let's see, Rite Aid at Baltimore. So over here, you see all these bullet points. It says provide excellent customer service by assisting customers. You completed customer transaction. They are literally giving you the bullet points that you can put on your resume. Okay. So please don't make this harder. Definitely, you know, with anything in life, you want to put your own spin on it. So just copy and paste and kind of make it fit. Add some of the things that you might have done. So here, let me see. Let me type in cashier at Chick-fil-A. Or this is cashier at McDonald's, maybe. Let's see. Oh, y'all, I don't know how to spell. Okay, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Okay, crew team member, right? Here we go. They want someone who's going to connect with customers to ensure they have a positive experience, help customers order their favorite McDonald's meals, right? So I worked at Chick-fil-A. So if I go on here and let's say I want to work at McDonald's, I'm not going to just say help customers order their favorite meal from McDonald's. I have to put what I actually did. So help customers order their favorite meal from Chick-fil-A. So let's like, don't just copy and paste it straight off. Make sure that you put in a few things that you did that made it like real from your experience, but just use this as a template and as a guide. So when I found that out, that really, really just stopped me from overthinking my resume. I was able to get way more efficient and productive with it. And then it really helps because a lot of the times, like people are getting more crafty and they have like systems. So people won't even read your resume. They'll just put it in a computer and the computer will type, like will search for keywords. And if your resume has those keywords, then it'll go on to finally being seen by a person. But if your resume doesn't have those keywords, they won't even look at it. They won't even call you back. So that first tip is so important so that you can at least get your resume seen by someone, like an actual person. And then later on, we'll talk about how to make it look good for when that person like sees it for the first time. Okay, so the second tip is to review resume examples for your industry. And this one is also good because each industry is so different, you guys. I'm learning more and more like a lot of people are doing kind of the same things, but they have different like language and verbiage for it. So, you know, we talk about effective communication. So if I'm like talking about, okay, so let's take this field first. So there's social work and there's public health, right? So social work is a lot of case management, one-on-one individual helping people. Public health is a lot about prevention, but they also want to help people and they might do some programs. But now the two fields are coming more and more together because they're realizing that if you want to help people individually, a lot of the times you can help them individually, but it can just be putting a Band-Aid. We have to figure out how do we even prevent them from needing the Band-Aid in the first place, right? So when I started learning more about these two fields, I was like, this is sounding kind of similar. Like we both want to help people. That's our goal. But they say case management and I'm saying prevention program and all this stuff. So I need to learn the lingo that they're saying so that I can show them I still have the same skills you have. I'm helping people, I'm doing programs. You might be meeting with them one-on-one, but we're still helping people. And so it's important for me, if I want to enter the field of social work, to go and Google kind of their language and look on their websites and kind of see what a case manager does, if I want to do that. So whatever industry you're trying to go into, whether it is you just want to be a cashier, or if you want to, let's see, what other industries are there that you guys can go into? Construction, um, hair school. Everybody has their own lingo. So make sure that you are searching for resumes in your industry, in the field, because that'll help guide you. What words should I be saying? I can go on Indeed, type in the job title. That'll help me figure out what other words I should be saying. And is it important for me to have all these job experiences, or do they want to see my skills more? Like, are they more worried about what skills I have or what jobs I did? When you kind of search for resume examples in your industry, it'll give you the answer. Like, some industries care more about the skill, some care more about experience. Maybe it's a mix of both. Okay. So Google is your friend, use it. Then use a professional font. This one is key, like, well, I'll show you an example when we pull up the template, but just making sure that if someone gave you your resume, would they think that this was like a fifth grader kind of doing a resume? Do you have all different kinds of fonts? Is it one font that's consistent throughout? Does it look uniform? Does it look like you just put it together? Like, y'all can tell the difference if you got like a DM or someone sent you an email and you look at it like, is this a scam? Is this real, or is this like official? So all those kinds of things matter when it comes to presentation, font, how big it is, how small it is, can people read it, things like that. And then you want to include the most relevant information, and put that first. Because like I said, people don't have that much time. Even if they do get to see your resume, a lot of the times they're seeing like a lot at one time. So they might not even get to the bottom of your resume. They're going to look at those kind of top 3 bullet points that you have. So make sure you're putting the most relevant first. And that kind of goes, because I know sometimes people will say you should put the job that you had last. So you want to go in order. So like, maybe you worked at, you had a youth works job, but then during the school year, you worked at McDonald's and you had another youth works job. You definitely want to go in chronological order, but first you want to put what job is even most relevant. So if you are trying to get a job, let's say at Johns Hopkins, right? But you also had some youth works jobs and some McDonald's jobs, but you're on the YAB and you also participate in HeartSmiles and you've done other events with Johns Hopkins. While it is good that you've worked at McDonald's and you've had youth works jobs, you want to put these other jobs with the YAB, with Miss Joni, those kinds of things first, because those are more relevant to the job at Hopkins. They want to see like, oh, you've already been working at Johns Hopkins. Oh, you're involved in this. Like, those things are more relevant. So you want to put those first. And one way to kind of help you guys decide what goes on your resume, because I am believing that y'all will continue to show up and show out. And sometimes it can be hard. You have all these things that you're doing. So how do you pick which one is most relevant? One thing I suggest is I have like 2 Google Docs, right? So I have one Google Doc that has just everything I've ever done. And this is also good for you to keep track, because I know sometimes you can get stuck in life and you're like, dang, I don't know if I'm enough, if I'm doing this, if I'm doing that. You can go back at your Google Doc that has everything in it and you just put everything, even if that means like you just got all A's one quarter, if you showed up to success sessions every week, like put those things down as a reminder so you can see all the things that you're doing. And then that kind of helps you to pull from what is most important for this job when I'm applying. So you have like your official resume, and then you should have like a long list of all the things that you've been working on and doing. And that's also helpful for when you have like mentors that you need their help shaping your resume. If you can show them the long list of stuff and then the job that you're applying for, they can help you pick out which accomplishments to put on your resume so that you'll have like, just a standout resume for whatever job you're applying to. Okay, so number 5 is using active language. So you always want to use like kind of those, I guess active verbs. So like I led something, I achieved something, I accomplished something, like some like that first word you coordinated, like those should be like those standout words. And there's a whole bunch of resources on Google. If you type in active language for your resume, they will give you, and I have a sheet for you guys. If you ever need it, reach out to me, where they have a whole list of bullet points that you can use to help like enhance your resume and use this kind of active language. So guys, don't be afraid. A lot of this stuff is just like putting the right pieces together. It's like following a recipe if you're cooking. It doesn't have to be super, super, super unique. You're allowed to kind of take bits and pieces and put them together to make your resume look good. Um, Sorry, I have a meeting at 11. So all these notifications keep popping up. Okay. Only include subheadings and sections that you need, right? So there's kind of like the main sections. You want to put your name, your email, your address so that people can contact you. You want to put your education on there. So what kind of schooling did you have? Then if you did work, you put any work experience. If you haven't worked, that's okay. Volunteer experience is just as relevant and good because it shows that you're active and you're doing things. Then, since you guys are in high school, it's also okay to put extracurricular activities that you're involved in as long as it's relevant, right? So, like I said, if you're on the YAB, if you're doing success sessions, if you lead a group, like let's say you're the president of the poetry club at your school, like that shows leadership. Those things are good. Now, the caveat is you have to balance that out because sometimes if you put too many extracurricular activities to your employer, it could look like, well, you're already a little busy. Do you have time for this? So, and like, everyone's selfishly looking, they want to see like who's going to be committed. So that's why I say you kind of pick the most relevant things. If like you're applying for a job, like in a leadership role, put an extracurricular activity that shows you were a leader. So if that's like you led a project or you were president of this club and now you're trying to be a supervisor, those would be the extracurriculars, maybe one or two, but you don't want to show them that, oh, I'm doing all these things, because then that could take you out of the game because they're like, oh, she's too busy, he's too busy. Use appropriate margins. We'll talk about that later because that kind of goes with the format. And then proofread and edit. This is so good, y'all. You have to let people see your stuff. I know it's scary sometimes and you don't want to show, but it's better for people that you know and trust to look at your stuff and give you positive feedback and critiques than you just put it out there. No one's seen it. And then now the hiring managers are looking at you and laughing at you like, oh my gosh, this resume, no one looked at this. Please let people proofread and edit anything you do before you send it. Okay, so let's get to the template. Is there anybody who needs a resume? Oh Jesus, we're almost out of time. Oh my gosh,
I
no,
know the time went too fast.
no, no.
Poet needs your help though with her resume
Mhm.
for sure. Like she was definitely the one, but
Yeah.
yeah.
All right, well, let me just show you guys this template. We always are good for a part 2 and 3, but I just want you guys to see what a template looks like. And I kind of like these kind of just form blank templates. There are different ones if you want to get kind of fancy, they'll add some color. Sometimes it'll like have different sections, but to me, this is just good and standard. You can put your name right at the top, nice and bold so people can see it, not too big. Like you see how it stands out, but it's not taking up half the page. Like you just need enough for people to see, um, your name, and try not to use any nicknames. If you do have a preferred name that you like to go by that you feel like you want to use in the professional setting, you can put that. But this is like, just very standard. I would put Simone Sawyer. Sometimes if I want to get cute, I'll put Simone B. Sawyer, but that's about it. Very simple to the point. One thing actually, I would probably try to increase the font on this because this is a little too small. Like you want people to be able to see. So usually like a 12-point font is always good. Anything lower than a 12-point font is probably too small. People can't read, they're gonna get frustrated, they're gonna just throw the resume away. So 12-point font, anything too above that, I wouldn't go past maybe 13 or 14 either. So 12 is usually a good rule of thumb. And then you have your objective. So a lot of the times this is just one sentence that you put to let people know why you're applying and what you want to do with this job. I really don't like how it's italicized, so don't do that. I'm sorry. But this is just to secure a position with a stable and profitable organization where I can be a member of a team and utilize my business experience to the fullest. And so this is a good, like, just template sentence. It could just be, I can be a member of the team and utilize my creative arts experiences or my leadership experiences. You could just fill in the blank right there to put whatever experiences you have that will match the job, and it goes right there. Then you have your education. So you want to put your high school, what year you're going to graduate, GPA. You don't have to put this if your GPA is not the best, okay? This is not, this is seriously, you want to make yourself shine. If they don't need, if your GPA is not a 3.0 or above, please don't put it, y'all. I'm serious. I'm so sorry. And that's why school is important. We don't just say this just to say it. Everything you do can either help you or hurt you. So if you do have a good GPA and you're working hard, you got that GPA nice, put that on there because that shows, oh, if they can do good in school, they'll probably do good for my business. If you don't have a good GPA, it is okay. Take it off and let's highlight some other experiences. So you got your work experience, you have your extracurricular activities, like I said, maybe one or two. You can put your 3 like best awards or honors and then some skills that you have. Okay, so if anybody wants this template, I can send it to you. We can work on it together. Like I said, just main things, just make sure it's uniform. Make sure you have your most relevant work experiences first. Here, I have some summary points, and then I'm going to be quiet because it's almost time to go. I'm so sad. Okay, you want to keep it concise. Oh, yeah, you want to use numbers if you can. So a lot of the times people say, like, I led a group of youth to do a community service project. If you can add a number, if you led 15 people, put that in there because that sounds way better than I led a group or I led 15 people. It starts to put, some numbers and show, or I sold 1,000 smoothies at a vendor show. They'd be like, oh, okay. So use numbers if you can, check your grammar. Another thing, if y'all already have resumes, please update your resume. Put it in your calendar to check in maybe once a month. And so it's not such of a big task when you do apply for a new job, then you're forgetting stuff. Even if you just put the title of the job there as a placeholder so you can remember later, I need to go back and add, but please update your resume. Don't be having stuff on there that you haven't done since middle school and trying to get a new job. And then always put yourself in the employer's shoes. Like if I was the boss, would I want to hire myself? And then my last tip is try to make a personal connection, right? Because a lot of the times it's just a whole bunch of paper. They can't really know who you are. So like what I do is I try to go in person and ask for a job application. So that's what I did when I got my job at Chick-fil-A. I was like, hi, my name is Simone. I'm really interested in working here. I smiled, shook their hand. They're like, oh, wow, that's a nice smile. Yeah, here's your application. And they're already kind of pre-interviewing me. So if you can go in, I know it's quarantine, so please be careful. But in the future, try to go in, shake their hand, make a personal connection. If you're just applying online, that's okay too. But try to call the number and ask for the hiring manager. You say, hi, my name is so-and-so. I'm really interested in this job. Is the hiring manager available to speak? If they say no, don't just get off the phone. Say, okay, can you give me a date and time of when they will be in the office so I can talk to them? And then just try to make a personal connection when you do talk to them, just telling them your elevator speech, who you are, why you want to work there. And a lot of times that will help to boost your resume to the top.
Yeah. Miss Simone put that work in. Kamaya's success session said she need all that. Can you send all that to her?
Absolutely, yes. And we can I know we were chatting it up. I had a great Monday, so I'm not even mad. If we need to do another one where you guys can get on and we can do some resumes together, or if you want to hit me up offline, you can. So
yeah, that would be cool. David said he gonna watch this session again. I know that's right, David.
Yes, David, y'all got this. Get all the
Yo,
stuff you need.
it was so needed. It was so needed. I appreciate it, man. This was a great. We never have enough time.
Never, And that's going to be the phrase for the century. Oh, we never have enough.
That's going to be the phrase, y'all. We never have enough time. But Miss Simone, I got to show you the shoe before you give us our jewel
Gosh,
that I had to hurry up and go run, yo. It's in this crazy box, yo.
I was like, hello?
I know. Can't even wear these things for the spring, but people got mixed feelings about them.
No, those are nice.
I got to do the red and black joints.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Give us the 360. That's my
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You definitely get the 360. Yeah. 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 I
yeah.
normally don't like a white sole, but I'm like, it's about to be spring, so and then it got the red, So I'm like, all right,
I really like these. These are nice.
yeah.
I don't even wear sneakers like that, but that's a nice shoe.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna do you right, Miss Simone. I'm gonna do you right. I just did me one of my next joints, so I'm gonna get these ones, these red and black ones.
Here
So
we go. Look at how your face is lighting up.
self-care, yo, self-care. That's my self-care, like, when you work hard, you get to play hard. I appreciate that part about the job.
Absolutely. I can't wait till you step out in those, Miss Jody.
I know, daggone quarantine, man. Like, come on.
Miss Rona, let us out.
Rona, let us out, baby. Let us out, baby. Your jewel, Miss Simone, what you got for us?
I was just going to say, you guys are all valuable and also worthy. So present yourself in the world the way that you know you are. Okay, so show up every time, giving your best self, your best smile, clean face, eye contact, all that stuff. Just present yourself in the leader that you know you are.
Hey, we love it. Thank you so much, Miss Simone.
I love you.
Great Monday.
Yes, it's gonna be
Let's
great.
see you tomorrow,
Yep.
10 o'clock.
You know where to find me. Okay. See y'all.
See you, Miss Simone. All right, and I'll see y'all right back in a few minutes at 11 with Mr. Seth. Hey y'all, hey y'all, hey y'all. We are back. We got Mr. Seth about to jump on here. Man, I see you, coach, talk about the 11 o'clock crew on here now, man. Y'all late. Yo, the 10 o'clock crew be the littiest crew ever, yo. Like, they like my favorite crew, like, of the whole day, yo. The 10 o'clock crew. And of course, my underdogs at 2 o'clock. Hey, Jamira, good morning. Hey, Jordan, good morning. Hey, y'all see Track Star, don't y'all? Zion, yo, who dug her out the grave? Good to see you, Zion. Glad you on here with us, man. This like your first or second one? So good to see you. Yo, say I be trying for 10. It don't really be working out. It's crazy. Hey, Q, what's up? Yo, 10 o'clock, yo. 10 o'clock. Let's get my man, Mr. Seth, on here, y'all. Here he come. I gotta really understand his work too. Like agriculture, like that's something that I've never really kind of like wrapped my head around. So we gotta really ask him about that type of stuff. Oh, it's not. Oh, my bad. Sorry, Track Star. Yo, you definitely ain't been on here more than 5 times though, for sure. You definitely still want like a 2 or 3. All right, it say that he's joining. It should be coming on. I know Cam always be lit on here. That's 10 o'clock, man. We never have enough time with Miss Simone, y'all. Never, ever, ever. All right, come on, Zane. Stop hating. Get my mans on here. All right, hang on, y'all. Let me text him right fast. Make sure he good, because it say joining for a while. And shout out Ari. Thank you, Ari, for sending me those ones, the red and black ones, man. I can't wait till you find the other ones for me, the ones that got the more red. All right, trying to get my man on the text. Yo said, where's winter? Where's winter? Where's winter, right? Winter is not fall. Winter is never, never ever fall. But he around here. Yo, you right, Dave. Yo, Zoom is hating. This is crazy. We already never have enough time. Now this thing want to eat up more time. TB, what's up? Good morning. How you doing? So good to see you. All right, we're trying this again, y'all, with Mr. Seth, y'all. There you go.
There we go.
There we go. Yeah, your video in the ghetto. Oh, there you go.
We got it. Hey, look, a little technical difficulties. That's okay. No problem.
Hey, it's all good, man. Look, long as we got you, man. How you feeling?
Oh, I couldn't ask for anything else. I'm doing great. How are you doing, hon?
Good. I'm blessed. I can't complain at all. I'm so excited to have this conversation with you today. I was just telling the kids, like, I don't think anybody really understands agriculture. Like, we hear it, it's a word that we hear, but it's like, like, what the heck is it? So I'm really excited to learn from you and also to see what type of opportunities you might have for young people who are interested in that type of stuff, and just to kind of get to know you a little better too.
Absolutely. I want to thank you for having me, and everyone watching, thank you for joining. This is always exciting. I'm so excited to teach new farmers, beginning farmers. People want to get involved in their community and growing food. To me, it's just one of the most beautiful, wonderful things you can do because everyone has to eat. And if you can figure out how to eat healthy food and you can get that from a seed, to me that's just the most empowering thing that you can do. And it's the biggest blessing, the biggest gift you can share with your family is healthy food, in my opinion. So um, I'll just tell you, Joni, I grew up farming. I grew up on a farm in North Carolina. My grandparents were farmers and they ran a restaurant, and I guess it's just in my blood. So after I got out of the military back in 2001, moved to Baltimore from Anne Arundel County and started teaching kids how to farm. My daughter, who's 17 now, I started building school gardens for her when she was, or her school when she was in first grade, and it just grew from there. I mean, it's funny. We think children, a lot of the times we don't give them enough credit. And I think that children, they love learning and they love being outdoors. They love working with each other and just showing some of the basics about how plants grow and that they do want to grow. But it's not always obvious where the food comes from. We're used to going to the grocery store and getting something off of the shelf, but how does it get to that point? And I'll tell you, when you can show kids what a seed looks like and then what that becomes, they love it. They just absolutely love it.
Wow. So we're looking at a real life farmer right now.
Yes, that's me.
Wow.
um,
Wow.
I don't have a big farm right now. I'm just growing for my family, but I do manage and start farms for all kinds of people right now. I'll probably uh, do my own farming again on a bigger scale next year. But right now, I'm really trying to support urban farmers. So right now, I'm building out a farm for an organization called Bliss Meadows. I don't know if you know them, but they're wonderful. They're out in Northeast Baltimore, and that's Tia and her husband Kieran, their farm manager John. And so what we're doing is basically clearing out a bunch of trees, and then grading the ground, building a greenhouse, and creating a whole new field to grow food in. So I'm the guy that's out there in the boom lift cutting the trees and stuff down. But then once we get that down, we're gonna prep the soil for them and give them another farm. I'm also working with Strength to Love Farm on the west side, so we're going to help them out a little bit. And I love urban farms. Uh, we've we have this wonderful opportunity to come together as a community. And to me, my first priority is my family,
Mhm.
and but then I got a bigger family, which is my community. And my community, if I can contribute to my community, then that only comes back to me. That only comes back to my family. So if my community's hurting, then my family is going to end up hurting somehow. So I see if we can do the basics and keep people fed and give them jobs, show them how to do these things. This is how we empower our community, how we contribute to our community, and how we empower each other.
That is amazing. Wow. So we got some of the youth, they already started asking some questions. So I'm gonna start asking you some of those questions. But can you take us back to North Carolina to how you grew up? You said that you kind of grew up on the farm too. So can you tell us a little bit what that was like? And Kamaya wants you to talk a little bit about what branch of military you were in.
Sure. So growing up, my grandparents, they had bees, vegetables, grapes, fruit trees, chickens, um, and it was just simple living. I think these generations that came before us, this is how they did it. Almost everyone grew at least a portion of their own food, and they just kept on doing it into when I was a child. And so for me, playing outdoors, I was very fortunate. I was very blessed to be able to climb trees, run around in the woods. and stuff like that. Get to turn over rocks and see the bugs underneath the rocks and kind of mess around with the plants. Oh, you ain't into that, are you, Jody?
Oh no,
you a
no,
city
you
girl.
you lost me with the bugs part. You go ahead.
Oh, okay. So I won't show you the pictures of me holding snakes and stuff, huh?
Oh my gosh, no, show us the pictures. I just don't want to touch them.
Yeah. So that was, but see, that was normal to me growing up. And that's why I'm very fortunate. I didn't have a father around. I just had my single mom and then my grandparents. We lived with my grandparents a lot growing up. And so I got to learn a lot from my grandfather and my grandmother. And it was basically, we heated the house with wood. So at a very young age, I had to learn how to chop wood. We ate out of the garden. So at a very young age, I had to learn how to plant those plants because that's what we ate. And it wasn't that. I think the thing it wasn't that hard because it was normal to me. That's how I was raised. So I think that young folks now, they looking for something. Everyone's got a phone. It's real easy to be, it's real easy to be glued to your phone all day long. But you know what? That stuff actually gets boring after a while. I think it's much more interesting to be out there. So I kind of feel bad for kids right now that it's all about social media and their appearance and all these different things because that's not really what life is about. I think I was very fortunate to be out there, and I'm trying to do my part to give these young folks the same opportunities I had. But I loved it. Let me tell you, growing up on a farm, just wasn't just couldn't have asked for a better childhood. And of course, you get hurt sometimes. I used to fall out of the trees, or you get stung by bees and stuff like that. But I think it makes you a little tougher, and you get to learn that none of that stuff is really the end of the world. It's just kind of a bump in the road. You take your knocks here and there. There's always challenges, and you keep on rolling. Now about the military, I was in the Army. I went in after high school. I enrolled. It was a delayed entry program, so I actually enlisted when I was 17, and I went in August of 1999, which is right after I graduated high school. I did my I was a military police soldier, so I did my training out in Missouri. That was 4 months, and then I was recruited to a unit called the United States Army Security Force. So we did specialized security for the president, for senators, congressmen, heads of industry. We made sure that if anything happened, that they were safe. We took them to different places around the country so they could be safe in the event of an emergency. And thank God there really wasn't one back then, not any big ones. And then I went into a unit called the Old Guard out of Arlington, Virginia. So if you ever see people doing the funerals at Arlington National Cemetery, I did 311 funerals at Arlington National Cemetery. I was an escort at the Pentagon, an escort at the White House. We did stuff around the country. I was a escort for VIPs around the country as well. So that was a real honor for me.
Wow, that is amazing. And when you was talking about this stove back in North Carolina, you talking about a stove you had to put wood and stuff in, like you couldn't just turn it on and it come on?
Good old wood stove. No, there ain't. You ain't turning that on. No.
Hey, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, you got to split your wood. You got to get it down to the right size. You got to start your fire. You got to put the right amount of wood in. You got to control your damper, control your flue, and then you got to keep it going. Make sure it don't smoke your house out. You got to clean that thing out too. You got to run a brush up through it. You got to take it apart, clean all the soot out of it, clean all the ash out of it.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Hey, people still use them now. I mean, that's a whole skill to learn how to do that. But if you could do that, and I've made stoves out of metal barrels, 50-gallon barrels, you can make a stove out of it. And if you've got wood, you can heat your house, you can heat your workshop, you can have heat, you can cook on it. But yeah, that's it's a good skill to have, Johnny.
Wow, that is crazy. Karen wants to know, what struggles do you face in farming? And Zion asks, the food, the farms that you're building, are they being built in food deserts where people lack healthy food? Great questions, y'all.
That is very good questions. So I'm sorry, what was the first question?
Yeah, what struggles are you facing now in farming?
Struggles. So you got your regular struggles, which are what is the weather doing? Are you going to have pests? Do you get floods? Did you build some the right way? If you got animals, are they going to escape? Stuff like that. Those are kind of the struggles you're always going to have as a farmer. Um, those are the regular ones, but in this day and age, you got a few different struggles. Um, Part of being a farmer, and this is what I do want to let people know. Uh, People have this romantic notion about it, like it's this glorified fun thing. You get to maybe put on some suspenders, wear a hat, and run around. You're a farmer now. No, no, it's very, very hard work to be a farmer, an effective one. You got to know how to use the equipment. You got to know how the plants work. Number one, that's how do plants work? How do you grow them? Okay. But then you got to also know how nature works. So you got to understand what's going to happen with the rain, what's going to happen with the sun, how do you build your soil? So to be a really good farmer, really about multitasking. It's about being a generalist. You can't just be really good at growing one plant. You got to be able to fix your equipment. You got to be able to make phone calls and know people and get someone out to do something if you need them to do it. So it really is about knowing a little bit about a lot of things. It's not about just being a specialist about something. But right now, so let's say you get through all that. You're a good farmer. You can grow everything. You got the space. You're doing good. To earn a living, you're gonna have to sell your food. Okay. So there is a huge challenge right now that's going on, and that's
Yeah.
because the restaurants have been shut down, and most farmers earn a living by selling to restaurants.
Mm.
So what I did was I started local meals and really ramped up how we do business. Local meals connects people to local farmers. So when this happened, and you can look that up at localmeals.org. But when this happened, I started getting calls from farmers, and they're going, Seth, we lost our business. Can you buy some food, or do you know anyone? And so I just kicked it up. So now we're working with Hopkins University, Hopkins Hospital, Baltimore Connect, Echo Resource Development, Minute Family Center, B. Gaddy, the Fort Worthington neighborhood, the Food Project. We're working with a lot of community-based organizations, and what we're doing is actually buying food from local farmers. We're making ready-made meals for seniors and for disabled people, and that's for people who can't cook for themselves. So the challenges that we can have, like I said, you got to be a generalist, right? So I got to know how to make a website to meet this challenge, right? So I had to figure all these other little things out just to get that food from the farm to people. Otherwise, these other farmers that I know, these local farmers, they go out of business, and some of them are, unfortunately. But the challenges that I would say is you have to be good at connecting, networking. You've got to be really good. Be a very respectful, honest person, and make those good relationships with folks that you can do business with in an ethical way, in a long-lasting, sustainable way. Because if you do things the wrong way, then that's going to come back to bite you, and you're not going to be able to sell your food because you're going to have a bad reputation. But if you do business the right way, and you can meet people, and you can be kind, and you can be respectful, then you're going to get more people that want to do business with you. So you will be able to sell your food, and it can be done in different ways now. There's software, websites, stuff like that. So those are the challenges right now. And for the second question about the food deserts, right?
Yeah.
Yes, and that is a really good question. Who's the person who asked that? What's their name?
Zion.
Diane, that is,
Yeah.
so glad you're thinking about that, and that is where your mind is on this subject, because that is one of the most important things going on in our town right now. It's happening in other cities too, but Baltimore for decades has been shifted to where people are only getting their food from these little corner stores, and I think we all know they don't have that good of a selection in there. And especially as a kid, I love Doritos and Slim Jims and sticky buns and all that stuff. It you think it tastes good? It actually doesn't taste good. If you start eating healthy food for a long time, you're not going to even want that junk anymore. But when that's all that's available, it creates health issues. It makes it harder for kids to concentrate. It creates emotional issues because you got your sugars are all messed up.
Mhm.
And so it's not just, when we talk about food deserts, it's not just people can't get to food, it's that they're getting to the wrong food. And then that creates problems in school. We have high dropout rates. We've got high illiteracy, and a lot of this comes back to health. So, yes, my biggest priority with urban farms is to make sure that they're either in an area that's a food desert or they're close to one, or that we can get it to that food desert very easily. So we can do drop off or points or pickup points, or that we can get it into the corner stores. And that is something that my organization is working with Hopkins and a few other places. And there's a lot of politics when you start working with these big
Yeah.
institutions. And I ain't got to tell you nothing, Joni, but that's just the way that it is. And there's a lot of good people in there, and they want to see something happen. So you just got to help it along however you can. So I'm trying to help it along with the software I'm doing, and by giving farmers a voice. So the Farm Alliance of Baltimore, Denzel Mitchell, and these other folks in the Farm Alliance, they they've pulled together. So now instead of just having a couple small farms here and there, you got one big organization that we can kind of lean on the cities, lean on the corner stores, lean on the USDA, and get the assistance that we need to get that food into the corner stores much easier. Make it so the owners of those corner stores, they can benefit.
Yeah.
It all comes down to business, Joni. If people can't earn a living doing what they're doing, well, how long can you keep it up? You
Yeah.
got you got to be able to earn a living. So I think that in the next year or so, I think that we're going to see a lot more of these issues that people have been working on very hard for a long time. We're going to start seeing some real solutions coming. I think we're going to see some big ones this year, and then some even bigger ones next year. But I do encourage all of the watchers to find out who's active in your community with a local farm. It could be an urban farm, it could be a community garden, it could be your neighborhood association. It could be it could be a mental health facility around you that is trying to provide services. But I would encourage you to get active, and encourage your family to be active in these organizations. And it seems a little daunting when I say that, but it's really not. You just got to be a little courageous, find out what's going on and who's doing it, and just talk to them. You don't
Yeah.
know what they're doing, you don't know what they have to offer, and you don't know how you can participate, but you got to talk to them to figure out how to participate. Once you participate, then you can speak your voice. They can hear your voice. That's the important part, is giving yourself a voice, giving your family, giving your community a voice. So find out who's out there that will listen, that is doing this stuff, that is campaigning, that does want to do these things. Tell them what you're thinking about these food deserts. I highly encourage you to do that. Find them, tell them.
Yeah, no, this is good stuff. I ain't even gonna lie to you, Seth. You got about 15 questions backed up. So
Oh, awesome. All right,
I
let's keep
know.
it going. I'll try and keep my answers a little shorter. Let's go.
Okay, just so we can get to as many as possible.
Let's go. Let's go.
But it's some good stuff.
Give me
So
one at a time.
one at a time. Cam wants to know, how does the process for getting fresh fruits and vegetables to the markets work?
It's a lot of different ways, but traditionally, every farmer, small or large, they have their own processing and packaging facility, which typically they're washing the fruit, they harvest it, they bring it in, wash it, rinse it off, put it in boxes, and they put it on a truck, a box truck or a refrigerated truck, and they'll take it to the farmer's market, or they'll take it to the restaurant, or they'll take it to a grocery store. And it's pretty simple, actually. Once you get it down, it's pretty simple.
That's cool. Yeah, she need that because she got smoothies. So she might need your help in connecting with some
Oh
markets
yeah,
so
hook
she
it
can
up.
start
Hey,
selling her
this is my
smoothies.
breakfast every day, smoothies.
Hey, partnership, right?
You got it. You got it.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Bree says, what do you think will be your biggest challenge when you start to create a bigger farm?
The biggest challenge is going to be employees, finding the right help. Um, there's a lot of people that want to work, and there's a lot of talented people out there. To find them, I have found, and most business owners I know, that's the biggest challenge. So I would say, as you start planning on expanding, or if you are expanding, I highly suggest taking the time and writing up your job descriptions for the people you want to hire. And even if you're hiring one or two people, take your time, write it up, be very detailed on what you're looking for, and your requirements, what their roles and responsibilities are going to be for that job. That's going to help you think about it too. But as you do that, then you can get that either online to Indeed or Monster or some job portal online and find the right person, or you take that to a recruiter. Recruiters, they're also called headhunters. They find people. This is what they do for a living. They find people, and if you're going to pay someone $18 an hour, they usually charge another $2 or $3 an hour on top of them. But they can manage those people that they find for you, and it's a very good service. And that way, they kind of ensure the quality of the people that you're hiring. And then, usually you do a 6-month contract, then you can bring them on direct, and you don't go through the headhunter. But they'll do a lot of that legwork and find the right people. So those are the suggestions. Take your time, write up the job descriptions, and contact a third party contractor to find those people.
That's awesome. Coach Johnson says, how do you know which seed is for what and how to take care of it? That's a good question, Coach.
All right, Coach, I got you on that one. So this is where organization comes in real handy, because I just found, I think yesterday, the day before, I found a little Ziploc bag of seeds in a box somewhere. I got no idea what it is. Now, once you get into it, you'll start recognizing a lot of the seeds, but to be honest with you, a lot of them look alike. So you got to stay organized. You definitely have to stay organized. Keep things labeled, write your date on them, about when you bought them. Some seed manufacturers will tell you how long they're good for. Write that on it. If you're repackaging seeds, write that on there. And now, as far as you can plant it and it will grow. If you don't know what it is, just plant it and then you'll get something. That's the other thing I've done.
Lamar says, how much effect does pesticides have on the product? That's a great question, Lamar.
Yeah, that is a very good question. I don't use pesticides, so to speak, and a lot of the farmers I work with don't. And I'm going to keep this short, but what I want everyone to look into that's interested in farming or growing, I want you to look into a couple of terms. One of them is called permaculture. Permaculture is short for permanent agriculture. And what you're doing is you're planting multiple kinds of plants together that grow together, that work together. Okay, so instead of your traditional farm that you think of, it's got row after row after row, and it's all the same things in each row. And then you got another field that's got the same things. Okay, when you start looking into permaculture, or polyculture is what it's called, you'll have one row that you might have spinach and strawberries in, and then you got another row that you're going to have, we'll say, chard and tomatoes in, and you got another one you've got your beans and your corn in. But when you start doing that, what happens is you have a variety of plants growing in a small area that attract the bugs, the good bugs. They're called predators. Those predators will eat the pests. So here's an example of a predator. a wasp, a hornet, a yellow jacket, and birds. All right, so those are your main ones. If you have enough of the right plants around, you'll attract those predators that'll eat the bugs that we ordinarily think of as pests. So truly, if you plant the right way, you don't have to use pesticides. And I highly discourage it. Pesticides are really not, they're really not healthy. They're really not. So
Yeah, no, that puts things into perspectives. And you're not worried about those other bugs or birds eating the food.
no, they only eat other now the birds do. Birds will definitely eat some of your food. So you got to be careful with that. But you know what? I always think about it in thirds when I farm. So I'll do 1/3 for sale, and then I'll do 1/3 for usually to give away or for my family or some extra, and then 1/3 is what you're going to lose to the animals or the weather. Okay, so I typically say plant 2 to 3 times what you want to sell, because you're going to lose some to animals, and that's okay because they're living around and they're doing their part. So let them have a little food.
Yeah, that's cool. And Seth, can you can you text me those words that you wanted them to look up? Because we getting some comments and to put that word in the comments. People don't know how I spell it.
Yeah, yeah. Can I just, well, yeah, I'll text it to you, but it's permaculture, PERMACULTURE.
Cool. If anybody got that, can y'all put that in the comments for us, please? But he gonna text it to me, so I'm gonna type it over. Thank you so much. Bree says, what are some of the things you noticed that were different in Baltimore versus North Carolina?
Everything. Hmm. Well, where I was living out there, it was more rural, so it was spread out, more space. So that's the biggest difference. But then you got a lot of other things that go with that. When you got people living close together, they don't have yards so much. There's more people in a smaller area. Growing up in North Carolina, and I did move around a little bit as a kid, but typically if you're out in the country, you don't hear police sirens, you don't see police helicopters, you don't hear people fighting, you know. But then again, so those are kind of the positives of living out in the country. It's cool. I like quiet, I like not hearing those things. But the other part about living in the country is you can't always get something easily. You can't, you might be an hour away from the grocery store or a hardware store or a neighbor. You might not even have a neighbor. You might have to drive to go see your closest neighbor. So being in the city, you can walk or take a bus and or ride a bike. I used to ride a bike all the time when I was in Baltimore, and it's really nice to just be able to take a walk and go see someone. But I'd say those are the biggest things. You got more crime and stuff in the city, but you got more people. So
Yeah. Yeah. Isis says, have you ever heard of the Fresh at the Avenue? It's a produce market I used to work at in the Upton market in the 21217 area.
no, I have not heard of that. The Fresh at the Avenue.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, no, I haven't heard about that. Thank you. I'll look them up. Maybe give them a call.
Bet, I know that's right.
Yeah,
Q says, do you ever go out and plant trees?
Oh yes, absolutely. Um, yeah, so there's a few different ways of growing. I really like starting from seed because you can have a whole field worth of food in your hand. Okay, that's why I like seeds. Okay, and it's easier to plant. Now you plant a tree, you got to dig a hole, you got to move that tree, you got to put it in the hole. And trees come in different sizes. You can get some, they're called rootstock or bare rootstock that are 2 to 4 feet long, and they're pretty easy. They look like sticks with some roots on them. Those are pretty easy to plant. But a lot of trees, they got the root ball at the bottom or the root mass, and they're heavy. You need specialized equipment to plant them if they're big enough. But yeah, I plant trees all the time. It's a wonderful thing. I encourage people to plant and take time. If you can plant something and wait 6 months, or a year or 2 years to see it grow. It just there's nothing like it. But yeah, I encourage you plant some trees.
Man, only thing I'm planning and waiting for 6 months is my goals, Seth. That's it. My
And I
food
know
I
you
needed
got,
today.
I know you work on them too, Joni. I know it, hon.
That's it. Jamira says, is farming in any way therapeutic to you while you're planning? Like, is planning
Oh,
also an outlet for you? That's a great question, Jamira.
absolutely. And I run a construction company too. I think they're both therapeutic. When you're working with your hands and you're out there building something and farming and working the land, there's no better therapy. And I truly believe that. When you're out there, it's quiet and you get to do something and you can see what you did at the end of the day. There's no better feeling. And you're tired, you're going to sleep better because you've been using your body. Um, and there's a lot of science to it, actually. If you're touching things that are either you're touching the ground or something connected to the ground, there is electromagnetic fields that keeps you grounded. That's a real term, grounded. So it actually is good for your your life force, your energy. It actually keeps you grounded and it calms you down. There ain't nothing like it. I'll tell you, if someone is talking about therapy, um, there ain't no better therapy.
Wow. Wow. Now, did I just hear you gloss over, oh, I got a construction company too?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, so yeah, I do all kinds of construction as well, and
Wow.
yeah.
So do you get teenagers to work with you?
Do I need teenagers?
Well, do you hire them? Because like say like if I have a couple of guys who are interested in construction, am I saying,
I would
oh my
say
God, Seth?
please put them in contact with me. But I will tell you right now, y'all better work. I'm telling
Oh,
you.
they know.
Say this ain't look, and I probably seem like a nice guy and stuff, and I am. But look, when you work for me, you better think that you're going into the military because you got to do exactly what I tell you to do. You get up, you do it, and you do it right because otherwise you could get hurt. I could get hurt, and I got to go home at the end of the day. So you please, Joni, send them to me. But I'll tell you, you better want to work. It's gonna be the best job you ever had, and I pay good money. But we out there earning our living. Let me tell you.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate you saying that because if they can get through me, then all right. Like if I send you a recommendation, I ain't gonna send you no slouch. I'll tell a kid, no, you ain't ready before I
You're
put my
my
name on it.
you're my headhunter. I
Yeah,
love it. We can work something out. Look, we can work something out for sure.
yeah, but I love having these opportunities because then when they do
Right.
become ready, then I feel comfortable saying, all right, okay, let me call my man Seth, got a job for you. You ain't even really got, all you got to do is just go ahead and show up and do what we've been teaching you and do what you've been demonstrating. We deal with leaders only, Seth. The bums,
Wonderful.
no, they might hang around, but I'm not putting my name on them.
You already know. You already know how to get them packing.
Already.
That's right. And I do want to tell you, and I want everyone listening to remember that hard work, the reward is in the work itself. The reward is in the work. And if you don't understand what I mean, then you ain't worked hard.
Woo! Say that again.
If you don't know what I mean when I say that the reward is in the work itself, then you ain't worked hard yet.
Woo-hoo. Y'all heard my man. So they going off. They going off. I love it. That is amazing. David says, were you always dedicated to helping your community? That's a good question, David. I like that question.
No, no, I haven't been. And I think I've always had it in me that I wanted to be of service. And I find service to God, service to a higher power is what leads me down the right path. But there have been times in my life where I have been selfish and that I have kind of, and let me tell you, there ain't nothing wrong with being selfish as long as you ain't hurting anyone. But
Mhm.
there have been times in my life where I had the wrong priorities and the wrong goals. And I've been through all kinds of struggles in life. And the more I got away from helping, the more I hurt. The harder time I had, and people talk about heaven and hell being after you die. No, it's when you're alive. And I find that the quickest path to heaven on earth is to be of service to your family, to your community, and to God.
Yes, that is amazing. I love that. Corey says, what kind of life skills do you develop while working on a farm? That's a great question, Hardcore.
That is it. But you touching on that because it's all kinds of life skills. It's organization, it's mechanic skills, it's nature skills, it's people skills. It's you're learning a lot about the physical world, but then you're also learning about yourself. And here's what I mean. You see some role models, and you see someone that might have a nice car, a nice house, make some money, look good or whatever. Okay. And you think, oh, they got there somehow. I don't know how they got there. Maybe they got a natural talent or something. But let me tell you, we all have a natural talent. And by putting yourself in the position to do something, to learn something, to be courageous and meet that challenge, you develop confidence.
Yeah.
You develop a real strength in knowing who you are, what your capabilities are, and what you can do starting up here. Like you can use your hands, okay, but it starts here. You got to know how to use this. But the more you use this, the more you train that. So the more you do, put yourself in some situations, be safe about it, but be courageous. Take on a challenge, turn to someone for help to meet that challenge. But as you take that challenge on, you learn it. You learn all the skills it took to overcome that and to achieve that thing. And by the end, by the end of the day, or by the end of that project, now the next time you do that project, it's going to be a piece of cake. And then all the other things in life, they start getting a little easier because you already did this thing, then you had to figure this thing out, and you had to talk to these people, and then you also learn how to use this. All right, you got to say the right things. I mean, you can make or break something with what comes out of your mouth, and I've learned that lesson. It's a hard lesson to learn, and you got to be humble about it. You got to realize you're going to make mistakes, and actually, you learn from your mistakes. But if you don't try something, you're not going to learn. And this is what I tell people: it's impossible to fail. You cannot fail if you keep going. You cannot fail. I don't care what you're trying to do. Keep going. I don't care if it didn't work. You tried something, it didn't work. It don't matter. Keep going. All right. You just say, you know what? That thing ain't working. Forget about it. Go to something else. It doesn't mean you're a failure. You just learned all those things that you put into this project that didn't work out the way you wanted. Guess what? You learned it for something else. That's all there is to it. So you were not going to fail. But I tell you what, if you don't wake up and you don't try it, you ain't never going to get nothing.
You on fire. You will. My boy right behind me says failure is the only sure way towards success.
Oh, yes. I did not even see that. Look, y'all know what's up. And this is my girl right here. Y'all stick with her. I'm telling you right now.
They ain't ready, Seth. Q crying. She said we almost out of time. We ain't gonna get to her question. Q, I'm gonna skip down to your question just for you. And then I'm gonna go back up, y'all, because she crying. She says, what are the major effects of COVID-19 on the agriculture operation of farmers? That's a great question, Q. Thank you for crying and forcing me to get to that question before we ran out of time.
Yeah, and I'll keep this short. I would say as far as the food handling, you just got to be a little more careful. So what I've seen the farmers do is that have the bigger operations, they'll only have certain people in certain sections handling the food. And so they don't wear the same clothes. They have to put a Tyvek suit on, walk into the greenhouse or walk in something else, harvest that stuff, take it to a place, take those gloves off, throw that away, and then the next guy takes and does his part, whether it's washing it, packing up. So it definitely makes it a little more challenging, but but this goes back to what I was saying about farmers being able to adapt and overcome. they're doing it. So they're doing it.
Wow, that's awesome. Jordan says, hypothetically speaking, because I'm sure you're passionate about your work, which is pretty awesome, I have to say. But if farming stopped being the go-to for you, would you have a backup plan? Maybe something similar.
Yeah. Okay. Well, and I'll keep this short too. But yeah, I got a construction company. I do forestry management, um, and I do work with software companies. So I build out my own software, but I also do consulting. So I help nonprofits. Um, I do consulting on all kinds of things. Building, design. I'm also an inventor. So I design and build renewable energy systems. I have a few patents. Yeah. So now here's the thing. Here's the thing. This may sound like I do a lot of, well, I do a lot of things, right? But I just get bored, right? So I like, if I got an idea and if I think it's worth putting my time on it, I do it. And then I figure out how to make a business from it. Okay. You don't need only one super powerful, thriving business. It's actually good if you have a few smaller ones. You're doing a few things together. But look, when I say that though, you can't let anything you're doing take away from any one of those other things. You can't be doing, you know, you can't be a waitress and then try and sell Mary Kay or something like that, and then you're hounding your table at your job trying to sell them makeup. You can't be doing stuff like that. You got to do stuff that makes sense, that works together. But look, put the irons in the fire. I'm telling you right now, put them irons in the fire. One thing hits, you work on that for a little while, but then you keep those other things going. You just do an hour here and there, keep it going, make that phone call, send that email. When this project ends, one of these other things is going to hit, and you just keep it going, but keep throwing them irons in the fire. I'm telling you.
Yeah, you are the man. So we're looking for a HeartSmiles building too. So I need to be talking to you about that.
Look, we gonna be best friends, Johnny. Don't worry about
Wow. Wow.
it.
Wow. I love it. Trackstar says, do most farmers send their food to the actual markets or do they have their own farmers market? That's a great question, Trackstar.
Yeah, and they're all different, and I'm not trying to dodge that question, but they come in all flavors. So some people only sell from their farm, some people don't sell from their farm at all, and then there's everything in between. There's a model that I really like. It's called community supported agriculture, or a CSA. A CSA means you're actually buying a share of that farm. Okay, so you pay up front five, six, $700, and sometimes you can pay per month or per week. But you're basically getting a share of what that farmer is growing. And what happens is you get food every week for between 22 to 26 weeks typically. And now those farmers that are doing a CSA model right now, they're not hurting at all because their families that buy into their farm, they're still getting their food and
Wow.
they're getting it for cheap. Now you might think $700 sounds like a lot of money, but if that gets you a one or two big grocery bags of produce every week for 6 months, that ain't a lot of money at all. It's actually a really good deal. So I encourage you guys that are thinking about farming. I would look into the CSA model, and the software that I'm setting up will be able to sell CSAs, and you can drop it off and pick it up. There are some software out there that helps you to sell that and put you in touch with the people who would want that. But I'm also trying to help out on that too. We'll have a really good solution in the next 6 weeks on that. But I encourage you all to look at a CSA model.
Yeah, that's awesome. Cam said, so how does single item pricing versus wholesale pricing work as far as farming?
Farmers definitely want to do wholesale. You definitely want to sell in the biggest lot that you can, and this is why the CSA model is good, because with farming, it's once you get to a certain scale, you can plan out what you're going to get and be pretty darn close. Um, but before you're a real big farm, you don't know exactly how much you're always going to get. You can plan it out and estimate your yields and estimate your crop loss and stuff like that. But you don't exactly know when you're going to get those foods and how much you're going to get. So selling in wholesale, selling in bulk, and getting those customers lined up before your food is ready, the distributors, the big institutions that want to buy stuff and cook, schools and stuff like that. If you can get those customers lined up, it's going to make it much easier for you. And that way you're not just selling one little thing here or there, because it's not really set up. You're the farmer. It's really not set up for individuals to come and buy one or two little things from you. It makes you have to start a whole other side of things, and there's not a lot of profit in farming. I'm telling you guys right now, you have to do a really great job to be profitable and earn a living from it. And I'm willing to help you guys do it. I'm willing to share my knowledge with you, but you really cannot go into farming and think it's a regular job and that you're even going to be able to earn a living. You have to think twice about it. Okay.
Yeah, no, that's good advice. Hardcore says, so if you ruin your reputation as a farmer, how do you think somebody can come back from that? That's good, Hardcore, because if I get a bad tomato, I ain't never going back.
Yeah. You just got to be honest and humble, and you have to apologize. If you messed up, you have to admit it and realize you are not above anyone or anything. You have to take that failure, whether you did something, maybe you made a bad decision, maybe you made a decision that was unethical. It doesn't mean that you are screwed for life here, but it means that you are going to have to dig yourself out of that hole and make it right one way or the other. But I've definitely made some bad mistakes in my life, and we can learn from them, and just you gotta stay humble about it and ask for forgiveness from a higher power, and also from the people that you might have harmed in some way.
Absolutely. I love it. This is probably my favorite question, Seth. Cam says, how can we make farming less dirty? Yes. I'm here for that question.
You guys aren't the only ones interested in that. So I invented a raised garden bed called the Migro Farm, MYGROFARM. And it's a raised bed, and you can even get a wheelchair under it. You can put in it. We got them in classrooms and schools and stuff. You keep it real nice and tidy and neat. So that was, I don't know, 12 years ago I did that, but that's one way to do it, is do it on a small scale, put it on your apartment balcony, put it in a classroom, something like that. The other side of it is hydroponics. So if you got hydroponics, there's literally no dirt involved. You might get a little wet, but it's not that bad. Technology's come a long ways. I did a design for Virginia State University a couple of years ago to where we can grow hydroponically in shipping containers, and we are working on that right now. I'm working with a couple of funders on that, but we can actually put a shipping container anywhere in the city. Hopefully in the next couple of months, if y'all know someone wants to fund this, I can build it out for you, and we can start little businesses throwing out of shipping containers all around the city, which is my vision, is we can just drop this anywhere and you can grow inside of a shipping container all year long. So that's the way I see it. I think that's the future of farming.
Wow, that is crazy. These kids is crying. They got me dying laughing. Lamar said, look, I'm not crying, but can you really, really ask my question? All right, Lamar, I'm going to skip down, ask your question real quick. Lamar says, do you know of any farms that are producing oils such as argan oil, tea tree oil, etc.?
So yeah, you're talking about essential oils. The ones you mentioned don't really grow well in our climate. But you can make an essential oil out of a lot of different herbs, and rosemary or oregano oil is a really powerful medicine, and I encourage you all to look into that. But basically what you want to look into is these oil extractors. Okay. So you can take your herbs and it's a distillation method where you actually get that oil out of it. And that's an essential oil, a pure oil. You can do it pretty much out of any plant or leaf. Oregano oil, rosemary oil is very powerful. And I definitely encourage you guys to look into that. It's really good medicine, but look into the oil extractions yourself. As far as the other stuff, They just don't grow in our climate unless if you have a greenhouse and you keep that greenhouse heated, we could grow coffee, chocolate, lemons, whatever you want. We could grow that up here, Oregon tea trees. We could do that too, but typically people ain't growing that around here.
Wow. And when you say it doesn't grow well in our climate, you mean just North America. You're not talking about just Baltimore.
You might be, you could get some stuff maybe in Florida or down south, you know what I mean? But yeah, definitely most of our country, because we have a more moderate, or we're above the subtropic zone. So we get freezing temperatures.
Okay, yo, these kids, yo, they got me dying. So I'm enjoying. I really need you to get to my question. I'm going to cry. Like, yo, I know we are completely out of time. But hold on, let me see. And we got so many great questions. Look, Kamaya, I'm going to ask your question. Kamaya, we want to kind of end on your question. Seth, is it okay if your new partner in crime, Chaos Smoothies, her name is Cam, that's who I'm gonna connect you with. Is it okay if she sends you the questions that we didn't get to ask via email?
Yeah, we can do that. You don't go long though, do you, Johnny, on these?
No, it's an hour, and you would think an hour is enough time, but it feels like do it feel like we've been talking for an hour?
No, I feel like we've been talking for like 5 minutes.
That's what I'm saying. The time is never ever enough, especially when we have great people like you who are engaging, not holding back on information, and just really feeding the young minds of our kids. Like I tell people all the time, it's not that kids don't want to not do anything. They just got to have something that they're interested in, and people who really care to come and talk to them. Like,
and I'm happy to do it, and we can do this as often as you want. But I also, if you guys send me your questions, I don't know, can I give my email address out right now?
I'm gonna give it to you because people gonna watch this afterwards too. I don't want no crazies hitting you up, and I want to make sure only good people are contacting you.
All right, so here's the thing: if y'all get your questions to Joni and HeartSmiles, I will personally answer them and get back to you about that.
I know that's right. And Chaos Smoothies is going to be the lead because she is on it. Her name is Cam. She's 16. She's amazing. She has her own business. So I'm going to funnel everything through her. And she's the one who I want you to partner with too, to help get her smoothies on a broader scale. So, and then anybody else, if they worthy,
everyone.
Yeah, only if they worthy, Seth, I'm going to send them your way.
I like that. I like the sound of that. Thank you.
Yeah. But here's Kamaya's question. Kamaya says, how did you develop your discipline? Did it come from the military? And also, just let me say, security forces in any branch, always the way to go. I'm so excited.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And good looking out too. Discipline. The military definitely helped. Okay. I used to be a practicing Buddhist. So that's meditation. All right. I encourage you to meditate, every single one of you. And the meditation can be as simple as sitting quietly and just paying attention to your breathing. It can be that simple. You don't have to do nothing crazy. The discipline it's already in you. You just got to tap into it. You just have to listen to yourself. Your mind is telling you how to get something done and what to do. All right. And do the right thing. Just because something's easy or because it feels good doesn't mean it's going to be good for you. And when you dig down and you get in touch with yourself, your body, your mind, your heart is going to give you the discipline to do the right things to carry you forward and get you through the future. So that the discipline, the military was great, and the mediation was wonderful. But I'll tell you right now, take a minute. The meditation. Take a minute, meditate, listen to your breath, and listen to your heart.
Yes, that was amazing, Seth. That was amazing. Oh my gosh. I got to bother you for one last question that we ask every single person ever. And that is, your jewels. If you had to leave us with one thing, what would you be leaving us with? What's your jewel for today?
My jewel for today is you are special. Every one of you is special and powerful and a beautiful, beautiful, amazing soul, amazing person. And life is never going to be easy at all. But don't forget that you are wonderful. And whatever challenges come your way, don't forget who you are. Just stay true to yourself, stay true to God, stay true to your higher power, your faith, and you will get through it. But don't forget who you are.
Yes, I love it. Kamaya Success Session said, I think I found my future boss, y'all. I know that's right.
I love it.
Thank you so much, Mr. Seth. This has been an amazing conversation. I'm going to connect you with KR Smoothies, and she's going to make sure that we get those questions to you. And also any other young people who have proven themselves to be worthy, to be connected to you, we're going to get them connected, and we're going to keep this relationship growing, because I think this is something good, something great for our young people. So thank you so much for spending time with us today.
This was a real honor. And Joni and the rest of your folks at HeartSmiles, thank you all for what you are doing. It's just such a beautiful thing and very needed.
Thank you so much, Mr. Seth. Enjoy the rest of your day. We will be in touch.
You too. Many blessings.
Thank you. Y'all, wasn't he amazing? Just powerful on all levels. Like, just an amazing, amazing conversation. So, KR Smoothies, I'm going to connect you directly. I'm going to give you his email address, get you connected directly. We're going to get those questions first, and then we're going to filter everything else. What's up, man? What's up, man? How you?
Don't yell at me on today.
How you? How you? Everything good, man? How you doing? Just rude, y'all. Just rude.
I'm
rude.
sorry. It told me that I was, you know what? It doesn't matter. I can tell you if you want to know what happened. But if you don't want to know what happened, that's fine too.
Happy Monday.
Happy Monday.
Yo.
How you doing? I was so sorry. I was sorry, Mr. Seth. I was sorry.
Yo. Miss Money Mo on this Monday. Yo, Miss Money Mo got change in her pocket today, boy. She ain't got no dollar bills. Miss Money Mo working with the change today, yo. Coach Johnson, go get your mother, yo.
Oh my, listen, I am so sorry. I'm sorry.
I know Track Star. I learned so much too. It was a great session. I really learned a lot. I'm excited about this partnership and collaboration with him, because just aside from him being a great guy, just this whole idea of agriculture and how we can be involved in the things that we can do, like that is definitely interesting. And it's a pathway, obviously, for some good partnerships for you guys to be able to grow your businesses. So I'm excited to get KR Smoothies in some of these food stores and some of these food markets. That's going to be crazy.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Oh, Lord. How was your weekend?
It was good. It was good. You know, my weekends are administrative tasks / self-care. So, you know, yeah, be finding my little bit of time to, you know, just kind of relax and unplug from the world for a little while and, you know, get some of this administrative stuff done. Got thousands of emails. It's curious.
Yes, we know, Ms. Jones. We know you have thousands of emails. We know you.
How was your weekend?
It was good. It was a lot going on.
I see you tired. Yo, did you sleep?
Huh?
I said, I see you tired. Did you sleep?
What you mean you see? What do you mean?
Can't say it. I did not say it, yo. Can't say your face still look like you sleep.
I'm not asleep. I'm up, yo. I'm not asleep. I'm up. My eyes are a little low, but I'm not asleep.
Yo, I told y'all she got to change. Miss Money Mo working with change today, y'all.
I'm not working with change, okay? It's Monday. My eyes are low, but I'm up. I promise you, I'm up. I've been up for hours. I've been up for a long time, y'all. So I'm up. I promise.
Y'all heard her. Yo.
But no, it was good. Spent some time with my mom. Try to spend as much time as possible. Love her to death. Love her. Love her. Just I'm gonna just say I love her. It was a
That's
lot going
awesome.
on, but I love her. But yeah. We're gonna talk about how to like hype yourself up. That's basically what we're gonna talk about today.
Oh, all right, yeah. Yeah, you need that today.
I'm hyped. I'm naturally a calm person. Don't do that. I'm naturally a calm person.
Yeah, it's crazy. Oh, I said I should have got on the spiritual Sunday. You know what? I did get an invite. I ain't even gonna lie. I did get an invite for me and my mom to come, but I ain't even gonna lie to y'all. That time just kind of do not work for me. First of all, stuff that's happening on the weekends is just tough anyway. But like that particular time, like right in the middle of when I'm trying to set myself up for the upcoming week, like it's just hard. I'm not gonna say I'm not gonna never ever be able to be on one, but like as soon as he set that time, I already knew that it was gonna be very, very limited for me.
So I'll talk about it for a little bit. It was really nice. Like me and my mom, we joined for like the beginning portion and we did the first activity, but we had to like we had to go to my grandparents' house for something because we were doing something outside for my grandma. But we listened to like the majority of it and we participated in the beginning of it. And it was really nice. Like it was really like a good way to kind of, well, I don't want to say start off the day because it was in the middle of the day, but it was a good way to just be inspired. And they had a lot of fun. And we went over, I feel like for these programs that are like that hour, we always end up going over, like the last few weeks we've been going over by 30 minutes to an hour. But it is what it is. It is what it is. But hey, y'all, good afternoon. We're gonna start off with this question, y'all. Because I don't know, it's just funny to me. We all have a lot of like scars on our bodies, probably a lot of bruises on our bodies, some from like funny things. Maybe it wasn't funny in the moment, but they might be funny now. Or some from like unfortunately like tragic things. So we're gonna talk about like just the funny like kind of stories today, of course. Physical scars we're talking about like physical like bruises or scars that you can see on your body. But yeah, we're gonna talk about just like the funny ones. I'm gonna start off and kind of share. I had two, and I was going back and forth about which one I was gonna share, but I think I'm gonna share this one. I have a scar. I have a lot of scars everywhere on my body because I'm clumsy. I'm just a clumsy person. I'm a clumsy human being. But so I have a lot of scars around my knees in general. And so I have one on my left knee. Actually, I have a few in the same spot, but I had one on my left knee, and it was actually like it went from like my knee to like my mid calf at one point, but it like faded away. But the scar is still there. And it was from a race that I had when I was running. And it was a sprint race. I can't remember, for some reason, I can't remember what the race was, like how the distance was. I think it was a 4x2. And I was the first leg, I believe. And it was like an untraditional start. Normally, like in sprint races, you want to be like in your own like lane. And they start you off in your own lane. But indoor gets a little complicated, and like sometimes they make decisions that are a little complicated. So we had something called a waterfall start where everybody like started at the same time. Like they had combined different heats. So they had combined like different groups or something, and everybody started at the same time. So basically you had to fight for that first lane spot. Me and this girl, I don't even know I don't know where she was from. I forgot. But me and this girl were like going back and forth like the whole race. Mind you, it was only 200 meters, so it wasn't that long. It might have been a 4x4. I don't know. I can't remember. But either way, it was a sprint, so it wasn't that long. And we were going back and forth, baton in hand, like hitting each other with the baton, like hitting each other, trying to get each other out of the way. Mind you, we're running a sprint, so we're already like out of breath and stuff. We're hitting each other. We're hitting each other. She clips me. I slide across the track. And yeah, it definitely wasn't funny in the moment because obviously like that affected our relay. But she clipped me. I slid across this track. I ended up getting an infection in that particular scar, and then so my leg like got so like huge I could not run, and then I couldn't run for a week, and then right after like the infection was gone and all of that, and I was clear, I got sick. So I was out of track for like 2 weeks or something like that, 2-3 weeks. And it's hilarious now. Of course, at the time it wasn't, but it's definitely hilarious now. So yeah, that's that's the story of my scar on my knee. Miss Joni.
Yo, so I thought I was the absolute hottest thing when it came to like skating. And y'all know we grew up in the ghetto, so the porch was only like this big, but we used to skate on the porch. And I called myself showing up my brother and my cousin, which was a boy cousin. And I was all like, watch this, y'all. I'm about to show y'all how you skate with your eyes closed. So I'm skating with my eyes closed and skated straight off the porch, yo. Scars for days on my knees, and I broke my arm. So like that was not cute. Like that was an absolute mess. And then as an adult, the worst time I got scarred up, I was learning how to ride a motorcycle, which was it was a worse idea. It sounded like a good idea then because I wanted to buy myself a motorcycle. And my brother, he had always rode bikes, like from when we was little, dirt bikes up to now, he got like motorcycles and stuff like that. So he was like, all right, I'm gonna teach you, which I should not have done. I should have listened to my gut and went and took lessons at Harley Davidson so I could learn the right way. But he teaching me, and I almost died. Like if I did not have a helmet on, y'all would not know the Miss Joni day. But scars everywhere. It was a whole mess.
I said a funny story. Funny. Funny. That's not funny.
Oh, it's funny now. It wasn't funny when it was happening, but it was definitely funny now. That's fine.
Okay. All right. I kind of want to share another one just because it's just funny to me, but I'm gonna read thank you, Ms. Joni, for sharing. I'm gonna read Ari and Lamar and everybody who has shared in the comments. Lamar said, I have a scar on my chest from where I got bit by my sister. Lamar, what? Okay, I'm sorry. I just was reading it. I did not expect that to be at the end of the sentence, but okay. I have a scar on my hip from falling off a stage at a play. Ari said, I cut my hip on a nail. Wow, Ari. Lamar said, I got one on my shin from me running in the house and jumping on the and jumping on the stairs, and I missed them. Bree said the one on my knee, I was outside and I was running down the driveway chasing a freaking squirrel, and I fell. And the squirrel stood there looking at me. Kamaya said, well, I used to play with the boys a lot and I was into all the sports. I fell really hard one time and scraped my knee, something terrible. I understand, Kamaya. I used to be running around with a lot of boys too, and it just be rough sometimes. We all have a story like that. Absolutely, Keon. Zion, hey Zion, I burned myself with a flat iron trying to do my breast doll hair. Did the breast doll hair burn off? Because I try to do Badal's hair too with flat irons, and normally the hair burned off. So I just wanted to know. Maya said she don't have any. Hey, Maya. Kamaya said to this day I still be messing myself up with the bruises and stuff, man. Kamaya, you got let me just slow down. Just slow down. Listen, because you don't want to be in your 20s and 30s still clumsy as in me. Like you don't want to be like that. So just slow down. Slow down. Um Cam said I got a burn mark on my arm because I took my noodles out the microwave in the water and it was still hot and it burned my arm and it was blistering everything. Wow, Cam. Ari said she got a lot of scars from falling out of trees. And Jordan said, I remember I was petting a stray cat and I have no clue what happened in the span of those couple of seconds, but it went from enjoying being pet to swatting at me and running off. Dang, Jordan, I'm sorry. I mean, I know like some of these moments, like definitely in the moment they hurt, but like reflecting back on them, some of them are hilarious. Like I almost broke my nose one time, y'all. Like I still have that scar. I almost broke my nose. I was on one of those dang scooters and I'm not coordinated. I already said I'm clumsy. It was other things also. And I was on a scooter on the sidewalk with people walking on the sidewalk. I ran into a pole. My face goes into the gate. I almost break my nose. My phone goes out into the streets and I scrape across the cement. And it was just not a good time. I still have all of those bruises on my leg to this day. So yeah, it is what it is, y'all. It is what it is. It's hilarious now. It was not funny at the time, but it's hilarious. So yeah, y'all, thank you for for sharing. All right, so like I said earlier, we're talking about just like hyping yourself up, especially in those moments where you just feel like you're over it. Like you woke up on the wrong side of the bed, you woke up just like in a mood, you woke up in a good mood and you're allowing something to ruin your day. Like these are ways that you can kind of be like, all right, I need to get myself together. We have things to do. We have things to see. And I'm not even gonna lie to y'all this morning. Obviously, y'all can see it in my face. Obviously, something is going on. But that's just me being transparent. But like, yeah, I'm not having the best morning ever. Obviously, things are going wrong. And obviously, like something's just come over me. It's Monday, whatever. But like these are ways to get yourself together, get yourself in a good mood, get yourself just ready for the week. So we're gonna talk about it. I know it says hype yourself up, sis, but that's just sis in a general term, not necessarily my ladies, just sis in a general term. Okay. So I kind of just did this. I can go more in depth, but what's an example of a time where you had to hype yourself up? I'll go more in depth. This morning when I woke up, I don't know what was going on. Like I have no idea. I just like looked at the stuff that I had to do. Well, no, I was already thinking of like sometimes when I know I have like a long day coming up, I'm like thinking about the stuff that I have to do like in my sleep. It's the weirdest thing. But like I'm thinking about it already in my sleep. So it's like, all right. And then I wake up and I do it. And it was just a weird mood this morning. So I did some of these things this morning. I absolutely did. Just to kind of get myself out of a weird mood, get myself out of a not necessarily a slump, but just like just in a happier mood. So Miss Joni, what's the time where you had to help hype yourself up?
Um, I don't know. I would say maybe before I started getting asked to do like speaking situations on like a regular basis. So so maybe like my first time doing like a commencement speech. And like those are especially important to me because like I didn't even get to experience that for myself. So for people to trust me with the honor of delivering a very important messages that are going to live with people through the rest of their life, like I take that as a very, very, very big deal. So so like when I first started getting asked to do stuff like that, like, like I really, had to put myself in the mindset of, okay, what would I have wanted to hear? What would have helped me? And also what's relevant and present in this current day? Like, what can I put in somebody that's going to plant a seed and really grow? How can I make this a special day for kids?
Thanks, Miss Joni. Um, I think I saw Can say something when she had to pitch her business. I can't find it though. But oh yeah, there it is. When I did my business pitch competition, um, yeah, Bree said when I was dancing and I thought I was and I thought I was killing it and no one was hyping me up. So I hyped myself up. Man, Bree, yeah, listen, it be like that sometimes. It be like that, especially when you into it. You thought your friends was gonna hype you up and they ain't nowhere to be found. I got you. Thank you for sharing that. CB said, well, I hype myself up every day because can't nobody tell me otherwise. I agree. I definitely agree with that. Um, and y'all still talking about the scars, but Jordan, you broke your nose. See, that's painful. I really thought my nose was broke, Jordan. I'm not even gonna lie to you. Like it was just, I thought my nose was gonna shift on another part of my face. That's what it felt like. But that's not what happened. So yeah, y'all, thank y'all for sharing those times. All right. So why is hyping yourself up necessary? People and outside things that we may use, to hype ourselves up, like they're not always going to be available. We talked a little bit about last week, like how you use things. Things should be in your life, and people should be in your life to enhance what's already there, and enhance what you've already built up in yourself. So, like, if you're relying on people and things to kind of bring yourself that hype and bring yourself like that excitement and everything like that, that's not sustainable. So you just want to make sure that it lives within inside of you and you know how to do it yourself. And then two things that kind of go together. Your happiness is not the responsibility of anybody else, and your growth is not the responsibility of anyone else. So just make sure that your happiness, number one, again, does not come from anything else. Your happiness is something that happens within you, something that you create, something that you're responsible for, and your growth absolutely is the same way. No one is required to be on you to see if you've done what you're supposed to do. No one is required to just be constantly checking on you and constantly be on your tail. There are people there that are available that do those things, but you should have that accountability for yourself. So we're going to talk about like ways to improve your mood, ways to hype yourself. These things were chosen because they're things that you can literally do by yourself. Some things you may you can rely on others for, but these particular things you can do by yourself. So we're going to talk about them. Number one, get up. Those of you that like may stay, like wake up, stay in the bed for a little bit, maybe scroll on your phone, may be dealing with certain like anxiety, depression, or just kind of other things that are kind of in the back of your head or in the front of your head that are kind of that you're allowing to stop you from getting up out of your bed or wherever you lay your head at night to rest. Make sure that you're trying your best to overcome those things and just simply get up out of your bed. Some days it's hard, especially like on a Monday or just on a day where you're just not feeling it. You might be tempted to stay in the bed a little bit longer. Don't do that. Get up, get moving, move around, get the stuff ready for the day. Well, hopefully you got some of that stuff ready last night, but get the stuff ready for the day. Say hi to the people that maybe staying with or living with, and just get up out of that place where you were resting. Because your resting place and your working place ideally should be different places. Smile. Miss Simone and Miss Jada, they talked about this, I believe, Thursday. So they talked about the importance of a smile. I'm not going to go too much into that because they already talked about it, but smiling instantly improves your mood, even when you don't feel like it, even when you're not feeling happy. And it can also improve other people's moods too, just by seeing your smile. So make sure you smile as much as possible. Release the tension in your body. You'll be surprised how much tension we hold in our bodies, like, and you don't even notice. Like little things like holding your shoulders like up here instead of just lowering them. Like holding tension in your mouth instead of just like relaxing your facial muscles and relaxing like your lips and like your neck and things like that. Like, just be aware of that. Like, consciously feel like your shoulders, consciously feel like your face, and just relax it. And don't hold your breath in times where we may be stressed out or we may be nervous about certain things, or maybe we're just not feeling it. We tend to hold our breath and you don't even notice it. Like, make sure you're taking those deep breaths. Make sure that you're breathing on like a regular like pattern. And just take the time to be aware of some of those things that you might not even be aware of. Like, all that tension in your body, release it as quickly as possible. Jordan said, I try to hype myself up in a lot of situations. To be honest, I think it's important to have confidence in yourself so long as you don't let it overflow. Yes, Jordan, I definitely understand that. And thank you for sharing. Lamar said you can eat food. Yep, that's on here. Lamar, because that's important. And Cam said it comes within you. Yeah, man. Talk to yourself. Like, you might feel like it's the craziest thing in the world, but just by you, like, and I know some people are like, oh, well, I think it to myself, or like I say it in my head or something like that. That works too, but say it out loud to yourself, because you're putting that into the universe, you're manifesting that, like, it will happen. So affirm. So we have affirm, we have accept, and we have attract. So affirm yourself. Those things that you're holding on to, those insecurities that you may be holding on to, look in a mirror, find a mirror, or look in your camera in your phone, or find something where you can see yourself and talk to yourself and be like, you know what, you're going to get it done. You're going to conquer the day. You're beautiful. You're smart. You're confident. You're inspiring. You're motivational. Tell yourself these things, because even if you don't believe them about yourself today, telling yourself those things every day, you'll start to believe them. You'll automatically start to believe them. And it'll put you in a better position to do certain tasks and to do certain things and to get things done and to be efficient as possible. So affirm yourself, accept your flaws, accept things where you may fall short, and just kind of like build off of those things. So if you accept the things where you fall short, if you accept your flaws, ideally you can create those affirmations for yourself and just talk to yourself like, okay, you do this well, you can improve in this way, and you can literally say the steps on how you can improve them. It's going to feel crazy, y'all. It's going to feel real crazy, but it's not like especially, it is like a way of like personal accountability. Personal accountability. I don't know if anybody like watches the show Insecure. It's a lot of things going on in that show, so I don't know if anybody watches it, but like she has Issa Rae, the lead actress, she has these scenes where she's talking to herself in the mirror, and it's like the mirror is herself, but it's like talking back to her. Like obviously on like a TV show they can do that with edits and like Photoshop and stuff, but like this is like that kind of scene where you're talking to yourself and the person in the mirror is talking to you back. And then the last one is attract. State the things and the energies and the kinds of people and the kinds of just environments that you want to attract and that you want to bring to yourself, and that also that you want to give off. State those things out loud. Make sure that you're saying them. They're not in your head. Make sure that you're speaking them with your mouth. So talking to yourself, we're using these three things: affirm, accept, and attract. And just make sure that you're always doing these things, especially in those moments where you're like, I'm not really feeling it, or today is not my day. Get some sun. Especially in these times, it's easy to just kind of sit inside all day, sit inside and do, whatever we need to do. But letting the sun like touch your face and touch your skin, and just like getting some sun in general will automatically put you in like a better mood and in a more like more receiving mood. So you can sit outside. So instead of like, sitting in the house or sitting wherever you're staying to do your work or do whatever you need to do, just move it outside. Like take your notebook or take your computer or take your phone or take, whatever you need to get things done, take it outside. Take a walk. And then like open a window, let that sunlight in, open those blinds, let that air come in, and just let it like, just sit in it and receive it and let it, touch your skin and let it just bring some warmth with inside of you. Do something that you love. Whatever that something may be. It can be something little, it can be something small. So like what you have to determine, like what are your favorite things to do and why aren't you doing them more often? And putting like this together, I was thinking about my favorite things as well. And I was like, a lot of my favorite things had to do with things that are closed right now, or things that were outside of my control right now, like things that I really can't do at this very second. Well, not that things that I can't do, but things that I can't do in the way that I could before quarantine. So some of my favorite things that I like to do are just like, I like to go on walks, particularly like on trails. A hiker, I would not classify myself as, because like a hiker is like, I enjoy hiking, but I'm not trying to do that every day, because that's like hills and rocks and I gotta wear special shoes and stuff for that. But as far as like trails and like walking, walking next to the water and like hearing the water and like seeing like different trees and different plants and stuff like that, I love to do that. So I've been trying to do that more often. And why am I not doing them more often? there really is no reason. Like, you can make time, whatever you want to do, and whatever you love to do, and whatever you like makes, you can always make time for stuff. Like, people always say, well, I don't have time. And that may be true. Like, you don't have time in that moment, but things that you care about and things that you want to do and things that you love to do, there's always time somewhere. It just may not be in the timing that you necessarily want it to happen. So Miss Joni, things that you love to do. I feel like we all know your favorite things to do now by this point, but it's
Right? I know. No, and I was just putting it in the chat with Kay. I was saying like eating and of course, treating myself to shoes. But aside from that little part, like kind of like how you say, like walking and stuff like that, just kind of like, being out in nature or whatever. And for me, being like a real true introvert, the whole quarantine thing has not been really like a problem for me. Like, don't get me wrong, I love being around my people that I care about, but I also appreciate being by myself too. So, me being by myself has not necessarily been a bad thing. Like, I'm just taking it in. Like, yes, like this is amazing.
Thanks, Miss Joni. I'm trying to say. Oh, Zion, I'm gonna go a little bit further back to just the affirming yourself, because Zion was saying that she talks to herself 24/7, don't care where she's at. I love it. I love it. Listen, I love it. I talk to myself often as well, out loud. Like, I'm not screaming. I'm not a screamer anyway. And me and my mother were actually having a conversation about this yesterday, because she was like, I was saying something to her and she couldn't like hear me. Mind you, the TV was loud in the back, but she couldn't hear me. And she was like, I don't know why you always do that. We can never hear what you're saying. And so like I kind of take that kind of theme throughout my whole life. Like, everybody can't always hear what I'm saying, and that's when I'm talking in front of people and when I'm like talking to myself as well. But I say all that to say I talk to myself, but it's in a whisper. So even if it's happening, nobody was paying attention anyway, so you're not gonna hear it. But I talk to myself all the time, especially if I have a lot of things to do. Yeah, it's a lot of talking that goes on. But yeah, Jordan said, yeah, affirming yourself definitely relates to hyping yourself in a way. Accepting yourself is important, because at the end of the day, you are who you are, and so it's better to accept it. Absolutely, Jordan. It's better to accept it yourself in a whole form. So like I said, accept the things that you do well, accept the things that you're great at, accept the things that you are, but also accept the things that you aren't and the things that you could improve upon. So just accepting yourself as a whole person is very important. As far as doing something that you love, Kim says she loves eating, sleeping, and buying clothes. I love all those things as well, Kim. Well, minus the sleeping. I don't really love to sleep. I think it's a good thing to do, but I don't really love it. I know that's weird, but Bree said I need to be asking myself these questions more often. Cam says she's not doing them because work needs to be done and I want to save more often. Yes, Cam. Yes, work definitely needs to be done. It's always something to do. And it's good to save your money, especially at this time, because I'm actually saving way more than I was saving before. So yeah, Jordan said, oh, Cam, she likes to paint too, but she needs to get supplies. I like to paint too, Cam, but I'm not good at it, but I like it. So yeah, y'all, keep sharing like the things that you love to do, because maybe, you'll find that you have things in common with other people, and you can talk about it with other people and all of that. So yeah, just make sure you're doing something that you love, and always have like a little thing that you can do, like that doesn't require a whole bunch of supplies or a whole bunch of movement, because you never know what kind of setting that you're going to be in. So you want to have something that you can do kind of in any type of environment or any type of situation. Lamar and Ms. Joni, eat your favorite food. So whether they may be ordering it, maybe you don't necessarily know how to make it, or maybe you do know how to make it. If you know how to make it, make it. If you don't know how to make it, learn how to make it. And as far as like hyping yourself up goes, like don't settle. Like if you know you like something a certain way, you like it made a certain way, get it that certain way. Like if you know like you like your aunt's mac and cheese better than you like your mom's mac and cheese or something like that, get your aunt's mac and cheese. Like just don't settle when you're doing this particular part in terms of hyping yourself up. So yeah. Dress up, y'all. Dress up. So whatever your definition of dressing up is, me personally, is funny because I've been thinking about this for a little while, but a little while ago, Coach Johnson, I had on a pair of jeans, and Coach Johnson was like, "You own jeans?" And I was like, "Yeah, like I own jeans. Like I definitely wear jeans, but I like to." Like I don't have to be in a full ball gown, but I like to put outfits together. I like to just put certain items together, and I like to wear like dresses and just different kinds of outfits. And I like doing like a full type of look too. So I like when my hair is done normally. I know y'all know me for my head wraps. I like when my hair is done though. I I do a little makeup every now and then. And I like for my outfits to just be, just like cute, I guess. And that puts me in a better mood a lot of times. Like, so in this time of quarantine, I have not been doing that kind of stuff. My pants, like that's at a loss because y'all can't really see my full body. I'm talking about y'all and other meetings that I have. So like leggings and sweatpants, that's what it is. But as far as like my shirts and up, lately I've been trying to make sure that like I do a little, of what I would do if we were like if I was going to my office or if I was going, somewhere else. So yeah, just wear stuff and put stuff on that makes you feel good, whatever that may be. So yeah. Play your favorite song. Now, this particular thing I'm gonna need help with because I'm gonna just need help. I need somebody to help me with so we had a question last week where we said like what song could we listen to all day if we could. So I'm gonna take those songs and I'm gonna take songs that y'all put in the comments today and say today, and we're gonna put them all on a playlist. Particularly the ones that we say today, because the songs that we list today are instantly gonna improve your mood. Well, they're supposed to instantly improve your mood. So I want everybody right now watching to list the songs that instantly improve your mood, no matter what mood that you're in. And I need somebody also to volunteer to help me to do that, because if I do the playlist, it's going to be on Spotify. So I know that people use other platforms other than Spotify. So I need help with the other platforms. But we're going to do a playlist, and it's going to be called something creative that I'm not going to title it. I don't know. Y'all going to title it. I'm not. So let me know. But just to share some of my like instant mood boosters and instant like kind of hype songs, which is weird because some of these songs are not like, the beats are like not hype, but they put me in a better mood. So the first one is Can't Take My Eyes Off of You by Miss Lauryn Hill. Very notorious for not showing up for her shows, but she has that one album. That one album is something else. The one solo album, because she has other albums, of course, with other people. But this particular song, I love this song, and it's associated with one of my favorite memories, like in my life. Like yeah, so I love that song. Real Love by Mary J. Blige. If that song comes on, I'm instantly just in a better mood. Lady by D'Angelo. How Deep Is Your Love? It's originally by the Bee Gees, I believe, but there's a remake of the song. and it's by PJ Morton featuring Yebba, and then Ballin' by Mustard and Roddy Ricch. This, I understand this is a very diverse kind of list of songs, but yeah, that's kind of how my music taste goes in general. It's kind of all over the place. So yeah, these are just kind of songs to get us started off. And again, I need somebody to help me, because we gonna need to get this playlist together. Miss Joni, songs that instantly improve your mood or get you hyper than you already are.
I mean, man, there's so many. Like you can literally look at like anything from the 90s and it's going to be good. But I'm gonna say Monica whole what was the name of that album? I think it's called Superwoman. I think that's the name of that. That whole thing. Like just pick any song off of that. Like that's a CD that you can listen to just like straightforward and like yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Um, let me see what y'all saying in here. This is how we do it by Montel Jordan. Juice. I'm Walking by Mary Mary. Bigger by Beyonce. Scars to You're Beautiful. Yeah, y'all keep sharing those songs. I like the ones that have been listed so far. So keep listening to those songs. And we're gonna do some type of playlist. And I already have a volunteer in mind. So if that person doesn't volunteer to help me, then I'ma just text you after. Well, I'll probably say your name on here because I know you're on here watching because you commented, but it's fine. So yeah. So play your favorite song, play a song that instantly hypes you, builds your mood. I also had like originally I had like 10 songs to start off with for this to give y'all like my perspective or whatever, but I was like, that's too much for this particular session because I just kept like running them off, and I also kept playing them this morning. So every time, like, I feel like my Spotify suggests to me that also one of my songs is When I See You by Fantasia, but I don't know why, because I love that song, but that's not a hype song for me. But it kept like coming on, and I don't really know why. But yeah, so play your favorite song, and accomplish something that you've been putting off. So complete those assignments, start your business, call or text that person that you keep telling that you're going to call them, connect with, whatever, email them, do it, apply for that job, and live the life that you want to live. Don't let anybody else determine that for you. So these are just some examples, but like definitely like those things on your to-do list, and that one or two things that keep like going, rolling over to the next day or rolling over to the next week or rolling over to the next month. Do those things. They're going to make you feel so much better, especially when you can cross them off or delete them or whatever. Just get them done. Just get them done. And then the last kind of thing on this particular list is organize your space. So whatever your space might be, it might be your physical space, it might be your mental space. But that pile of clothes that's on a random chair or in a pile on your floor or somewhere, everybody got a pile of random clothes or got a whole bunch of clothes somewhere in the house, or maybe somebody else has it, but pick them up. Your bed, make it up. So when you get out of it or whatever, don't leave it, kind of how you got out of it. Make it up. All those random things on the table, on the floor, maybe those random people, those random things, texting your phone and wasting your time, calling your phone and wasting your time, throw them away, block them, do all of that kind of stuff. Eliminate that trash, eliminate that that mess, eliminate just the messiness from your particular moment in life. Again, whether that may be physical or mental space. So yeah, make sure that you're just in position to do that kind of stuff. And then, talked about a list of things in this particular session, but if there are things that I'm missing or things that were not mentioned, absolutely mention them right now, because I know that I didn't touch on every single thing, as far as like hyping yourself up and getting yourself in a better mood. So yeah, those are, I guess, some of them are personal to me. So whatever you think that should be included. Miss Joni, did I miss anything either personally or in general? What'd you say?
I said, no, I think you did a great job outlining stuff and just kind of, talking through the things that are most important.
Cool. Yeah, y'all, obviously it's been a day already and it's only 1:00, but it's just important, I feel like, to, even when you're in the greatest of mood and when you're in the worst of moods, and then like sometimes people can like see it on your face or like see it in your mannerisms or whatever, but you want to make sure that you're, even if those things happen, you want to be in position to still get the things done that you need to get done and still continue to move forward. Because a lot of times if you're in a bad mood, most all of the time when you're in a bad mood, you're allowing yourself to be in a bad mood. You're allowing yourself to be in that particular space, and like very like tragic things can happen and very like bad things can happen. But you're still in control. Like even when you feel like you're not in control of your emotions, you're absolutely still in control. So just be in position and be kind of locked and loaded and ready for whatever kind of comes your way. So yeah.
Man, I love it. No, I love it. Especially the point that you just started to hit on about, even when you don't feel like you are in control. Like, did you have any strategies that come to mind? Because I know when I'm talking to young people, like that's one of the things that repeatedly comes up. Like they just feel like they can't do it. And I get a little frustrated sometimes because I'm just like, yes, you can. Like you really can. And like it just be hard for me sometimes to relate with that type of mindset because my mindset is so different from that. And it's just like, why would anybody ever feel like they can't do something? Like, no, like you really can. You just gotta want to bad enough.
Yeah. So I think I relate to both sides. So as far as like strategies, as far as like you saying strategies as far as to get people to know that they can do something or get
Like
people.
if you got that mindset of I'm out of control, I don't have any control, I can't. Like if that's how you thinking about it. Like what do you do in that situation? Because I don't know if a song will pull somebody out of that, you know?
Yeah, no, a song might not. It might not. It might for some people, but it might not. I think me personally, I have to tell myself, like I have to do that practicing, like talking to myself. Like Morgan, I say some choice words to myself, not even gonna lie to you, but like Morgan, like get up, like get over yourself. Like it is about you, but it's not about you. So like you may be in a mood and you may like feel like that you're out of control, but you have yourself, you're in control of your emotions. And this is stuff I'd be telling myself. You're in control of your emotions, you have yourself, you're capable of whatever like you are trying to do, you're capable of getting this particular thing done. You could have done, certain things better, you could have prepared better. But we're here now and we just got to do what we got to do. And I'll literally like say things like that to myself in order to make myself believe them. Because I have to. There are definitely people that I could call or text that could tell me that to myself. And I think that at one point in my life, I relied on that. So I relied on people to like speak life into me, but I had to learn to speak life into myself. So in those moments where you feel like you're not in control, literally say to yourself, you're in control, because you are. There's no other person that's in control. Nobody is controlling what you do. You're not a puppet. So literally just remind yourself that and say it out loud. May not work for everybody, but it works for me.
Bad. No, I got you. That's some good stuff right there. Your jewels, man. What are you leaving us with today?
My jewel today is, y'all, you may have bad days, you may have bad mornings or afternoons or nights, but you have things to accomplish and you have other people watching you. So just make sure that you're always in position to be your best self, even when you don't feel like your best self.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
We appreciate it. We'll see you tomorrow. 12 o'clock.
12 o'clock.
With the dollar bills, not with the change. We gonna see.
So I still have change? Is that what you're saying?
We gonna see you with the dollar bills at the door.
Okay, at the door. Gotcha.
We gonna see. Don't bring us no pennies and dimes and nickels to the door, man. Bring us straight cash.
Okay, see y'all tomorrow. Love y'all. Bye.
Yo, crazy. Another great session with Miss Mo. So look, y'all go ahead, take a break, man. Y'all already know we'll be back at 2 o'clock with Miss Kaitlyn for academics. So whatever work y'all got, get us this work. We've been helping people run through these packets. People been getting straight hundreds all day on homework, classwork, all that. So if you need academic help, or if you want to just straight get on here and work through your work, let me know so I can send you the link. But we got Miss Kaitlyn coming up at 2 o'clock academics. So y'all go ahead, take a break. I'll see y'all back. Hey, y'all. We are back. About to get Miss Kaitlyn on the line for this academic stuff, man. I need to see who's supposed to be on here. Hey, Miss Kaitlyn.
Hey, how you
Happy
doing?
Monday.
Happy Monday.
How you doing?
I'm good. How's the day been going so far?
Oh my gosh, so amazing.
Wait, okay. Who did you have on at 11 today?
Seth Wheeler. He does farming, like urban farming stuff.
Yeah, that's sick.
Yo, it was so crazy. So, and he touched on a lot of different things like the kids are really excited to connect with him. But he helps people in urban areas like start their own farms so that they can have food to like feed their family and stuff. And he grew up on a farm.
Oh, wow.
So he know about all that. He grow the potatoes, the beans, the fruit,
That's so
all
cool.
that.
How did you all get connected with him?
How did I get connected with him? I think he was on a call with Miss Nanette
Uh-huh.
and a bunch of other folks. And for whatever reason, he was like, "Oh, HeartSmiles sounds interesting. I want to connect." So then he hit me up offline outside of that. And when I talked to him, I'm like, "Oh, this guy got great energy. Like, you good. Like, the kids gonna want to meet you." So I just asked him, like, "You want to do such shit?" He's like, "Sure." And that was it.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I am so curious into what he has to say. I'm really interested in urban agriculture, urban farming. I think that it's seriously like one of the ways that we can beat this food insecurity in the city, because if everyone's growing their own food, then we all have access to fresh fruits and vegetables, you know?
I need to connect y'all then because he was saying that he was trying to do a partnership with Hopkins.
Okay.
So we got to get that one and popping.
Yeah, for real.
We got to get that going. Who was I supposed to be sending the link to today?
Amaya George, is that her last name?
Jorge.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can't ever remember if it's Jorge.
I say the same thing. Don't get me started. I just started
like
getting it right.
Somebody corrected us last time.
No.
Anyway.
I know. I just started getting it right. I'm about to send it to her now. She ain't hit me up at all.
Yeah, she actually, so I talked to her yesterday and she said she was going to come on, but I haven't heard from her today. So I only have until 2:30 today.
Yeah, so she going to go ahead and help me out.
Yeah, if she doesn't, I can go through. I prepared some stuff to help her out so we can go through that and she can always go back and watch it if that's what she needs.
No problem. I'm sending her the link right now, but she was on earlier.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. What kind of work she got? Math stuff?
Math stuff. Yeah, we're doing some algebra. We're picking back up with logarithms and doing that. These are confusing. We got more rules today to talk about.
Oh my gosh, the rules, y'all.
God, there's so many rules.
I need a board with just the rules.
I know. I feel like I need like a poster behind my desk that just has all the rules for math in the whole world.
Oh my gosh, that would be so helpful. Man. All right, I send it to her. Okay. She ain't hit me back yet, so she got it. So if she come in, I guess I'll let her get right on. But because I know you got limited time, so if you want to go ahead and get us into it.
All right, that sounds good. I will share my screen. Okay, cool. So, what we are talking about today is logarithm rules, or short, log rules. And so these are, you know what? I don't actually know how helpful these are. I don't know how often you use these in real life, but this is definitely something that, like, if you're in a math class, they're going to expect you to know this. Like in my PhD, in our stats classes, in our math classes, they expect that we know these rules. We like get tested on them still. So this is something that, you know, if you're aiming for like higher education, if you're aiming to go to college, this is something that like you need to have in your brain. So yeah, it's helpful when you get to those like higher levels of math, but it can seem a little bit like I don't know, tedious or silly to be doing when you're just learning it, but I promise you that you will use it later. So just something to keep in mind. So we have 4 rules that I'm going to talk about, and then I'm going to talk about some practice problems, which Amaya actually sent me some of them, and then I looked up a couple more examples so that we could go through 2 types of problems. So jumping right into it, the first one is called the product rule. And the product rule, remember that this word product means that 2 things are being multiplied together. So this is a situation where you have the log of 2 numbers multiplied, and basically you can rewrite this equation to look a different way. Okay, so if you have log of x times y, this multiplication sign, this times sign, basically means that you can rewrite it, but you change the multiplication into addition. So it goes log x times y can be rewritten as log of x plus log of y. Okay, so it's kind of confusing, but you change that multiplication sign into a plus sign. Okay, and you separate it out. So I'll give you an example with actual numbers. If I have log of 5 times 3, okay, or I guess I'll do log of 3, log base 3 of 5 times 3. Okay, so what this is going to be is I'm still going to have log base 3. Okay, that's what I have here, log base 3, but I'm just going to split up the numbers. So I have log base 3 of 5, and I change that multiplication sign into a plus sign. So then I have plus log base 3 of 3. Okay, so let me just highlight a couple of things. So the log 3 stays the same the entire time. Okay, and then I have 2 numbers here. I have a 5 and I have a 3, and they just get separated out. So the 5 is here and the 3 is here. Okay, so the numbers don't change at all. They just get rearranged into different positions, and you can see where they're carried over. Okay, but the main thing to remember from this one is that the multiplication sign gets turned into a plus sign. Okay, and that's illustrated right here. Okay, so we should be able to actually guess what happens in the next one, right? Because if a multiplication sign turns into a plus sign, then a division sign or a quotient, this is when you're dividing 2 numbers, is going to turn into a minus sign. Okay, so I'm gonna just write up here division, and this one was multiplication. Okay, that's what those words mean. Product is for multiplication and quotient is for division. Okay, so just like I had, I have log base b of x divided by y, and that's going to go to log base b of x minus log base b of y. So this time we're turning that division symbol into a minus sign. So let's do it with some numbers here. We've got log base 3 of 5 divided by, let's say, 4. Okay, log base 3 of 5 divided by 4. This is going to turn into log base 3, still the same, base 3 and base 3, log base 3 of 5 minus log base 3 of 4. Okay, so again, I'm gonna carry these through. I'm gonna show you the log of base 3 stays the same throughout the whole thing. And then we have 2 numbers. We have a 5, which gets separated out, and we have a 4 that gets separated out. Okay, same numbers, they just get rearranged. Okay, one reason why this is kind of important is because it's just easier to when you're actually like plugging this into your calculator or like figuring out what these numbers mean, it's easier because see, we have a fraction right here. We don't like fractions, remember? We like whole numbers. And so this splits it up into 2 whole numbers, right? And so we don't have to deal with that fraction or anything like that. Okay, so that's one reason why this can be so helpful. Okay, so far we've done product for multiplication and quotient for division. And now we are going to go on to what's called the power rule. Okay, and the power rule is for exponents. Okay, so this time we have log base b of x to the y power. Okay, so I'm going to, this time what we're going to do is we're going to take this y. So I've kind of been highlighting the thing, oops, can't move. Okay, I've been highlighting the thing that's sort of been changing, right? So this, in the first one, the multiplication changes to the plus sign. And in number 2, the division sign changes to a minus sign. And then in the power rule, we're taking the exponent and we're putting it out in front of the whole equation. Okay, so all we're doing basically is taking that exponent and moving it to the front. Okay, so let's do this with numbers. If I've got log base 3 of 5 to the second power, I'm going to take this 2, which is the exponent, and I'm going to move it to the front of the equation. So what this becomes is 2 times log base 3 of 5. Okay, so notice something really important here is that the 5 doesn't really change at all. It sits in the same exact place, right? The only thing, and I actually think this is like one of the easier rules because all we have to do, we don't have to change any multiplication to addition, nothing like that. All we have to do is take the exponent, put it out in front of the equation. Okay, so it's a little bit easier than the other ones. Okay, and then the last, I saved the best for last. Okay, I like doing that. I saved the best for last. The last one is called the rule, the log of 1. Okay, and so in this rule, no matter what your base is, if you have a 1 in this position, then the answer is always going to be 0. Okay, so for example, if I have a log base 3 of 1, the answer is 0. If I have a log base 5 of 1, it's going to be 0. Log base 10 of 1, it's going to be 0. Okay, so no matter what this base is right here, doesn't matter because the answer is always going to be 0. Okay, so that can be just a handy one to remember. They can try to trick you on tests with that one, right? Because you're like, oh man, they give you this really complex thing, but really all you have to do is say the answer is 0, right? If you're multiplying this by anything, the answer is going to be 0. Okay, so we got our rules. Now let's apply them to some problems. Okay, so the first one we have, the instructions tell us that they want us to expand the equations as much as possible. So basically they're just saying, use the rules and rewrite this equation in a different form. Okay, so right off the bat, we've got log base 4 of x times y divided by 3. Okay, right off the bat, what I see here is a division sign. Right, so that tells me that I'm going to use what rule? The quotient rule. Okay, and as a reminder, the quotient rule said if it's dividing, then you actually turn it into a minus sign. Okay, so I'm going to rewrite this then as log base 4 of x times y, because that hasn't changed, minus log base 4 of 3. Okay, so you can see that I took the top and I put it here. Amaya! Yeah! Yeah. Amaya, how you doing?
I'm okay. Sorry I was a little bit late. I had something to deal with. My neighbors was making a whole bunch of noise doing construction over my head.
Oh no! That makes it super hard to concentrate.
Great.
Yeah. So we were just going over the rules for logs, and then I had just gotten to this first problem that you had sent me.
Okay.
So why don't I just briefly go through the 4 rules again, just like a quick go through them, and then I can start this equation over again so we can walk through it together. How does that sound?
That sounds great.
Okay, so the 4 rules that we went over are the product rule, the quotient rule, the power rule, and the rule of 1. Have you heard of any of these rules before, Amaya? Can you hear me? I can't hear you.
Okay, sorry, I put myself on mute so I won't hear the background. I remember the first 2. I think you told me something about the 1 rule the last time we were talking about this. Or was that the 0 rule?
Yeah, wait, I told you about the power of 1, the rule of 1 or whatever.
Yeah, you said if the I forgot what the word for the top one is. If that is 0,
Mm-hmm.
then it automatically has to mean that the answer is 1.
Yeah, that was for exponents, right?
Okay.
If we
Yeah.
if we had like a 4 to the 0, then this is going to equal 1. Yeah. You're right. So these rules are a tiny bit different. But so let me just talk them out. This first one is the product rule. So if you have, let's say, 2 numbers that are being multiplied together, like 5 and 3, then you separate them out by adding them. So you would so it starts log base 3 of 5 times 3.
Okay.
And then you would turn it into log base 3 of 5 plus log base 3 of 3.
Okay.
Okay, just changing the multiplication to the addition.
So you're rewriting the problem.
Yes.
Consisted of which rule it followed.
Yes, exactly. That's exactly what you're going to do. Okay. So this next one, the quotient rule, is for if you have division. So we have log base 3 of 5 divided by 4. And that's just going to change to log base 3 of 5 minus log base 3 of 4. Okay, so you are now changing your division sign to a minus sign. Okay. So it's sort of the opposite of the product rule. Okay, these last 2 are.
So the will always be meaning by a fraction.
Say it again.
I said the way you would pull out the quotient rule would be by a fraction, or
yeah, exactly.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So like the way I do it, because I know she won't give us notes for the next test. Mm-hmm. So I try to find in the situation what will tell me that I got to use this rule or that rule.
Yes, exactly. So we'll walk through a problem really quick, which I'll show you how to do that. Okay. So the next one, because you'll need this one as well, is the power rule. And if the power rule is if you have an exponent like 5 to the second, right? The 2 is your exponent here. Then all you do is take that exponent and you put it out front. Okay, so it goes from log base 3 of 5 to the second power goes to 2 times log base 3 to the of 5. 2 times log base 3 of 5. Okay, so all I did here was move that 2 to the beginning of the equation. Okay. Okay.
Yeah. You getting it?
You're getting it?
Yes.
Cool. Okay. This last one, really easy one, is log of 1. And so this is a little different. Last time I told you that if it was like a number to the exponent of 0,
Yeah.
then it was going to equal 1. Well, this one is kind of the opposite. It's if you have, and forgive me, Maya, because I don't actually remember what this position is called, but if you have a 1 right here in this position.
That was the argument?
Is it? Yeah, the argument?
I believe so.
So if you have a 1 in the argument, then the answer is always going to equal 0. Okay, so I gave some examples. If it's log base 3 of 1, it's 0. Log base 10 of 1, it's 0. Doesn't matter what the base is. If it's 1 in the argument, then it's 0.
Oh, okay. I got
Okay.
you. Yeah, it's like the reverse of the power of 1.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Okay. So let's get into these now. So you asked, like, how can I recognize when I'm supposed to use which rules? And you actually you said exactly what we have to do for this one. So tell me, what do you see here? Log base 4 of x times y divided by 3.
I see a fraction, which just means division, which
Yes.
means the quotient rule, if I'm correct.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. So I'm going to use the quotient rule here. And can you remind me what the quotient rule is?
You have to turn your negative signs, well, subtraction signs, and yeah, you got to turn your division sign into subtraction sign.
Yes. So you turn your division sign into a subtraction. So this is going to change to log base 4 of x times y minus log base 4 of 3.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Are we done here?
No.
No. Why not?
Because now you have to figure out. You have to figure out how can you make it bigger? Like, cause it say expand equation. So how can you make it the biggest?
Yeah. So which one of these can I expand more? The first one or the second one?
The first one.
Yeah. Tell me why.
Because they're two different variables. So you can use log base 4 x and log base 4 of y.
Yes. So which rule do you remember? Or do you remember which rule I'm going to use here? Product. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Yeah, the product rule. Great. And I think you already said it, but can you say it one more time? What is this going to look like?
It's going to look like log base of 4, which will be to x.
Mm-hmm.
And then minus log base of 4 and y.
Minus or plus?
Minus.
Tell me why.
Because you already had the minuses from the quotient rule. I don't know.
So I'm actually going to minus, because remember this part right here, this isn't changing at all. So I'm going to actually just bring that down, log base 4 of 3. So that's going to be a minus for sure. But what happens in the product rule? When we have 2 multiplied together, we change the multiplication sign to a
addition sign.
To a plus sign.
Yeah, addition.
Oh, addition. Yeah. You're right. Sorry, I heard something else. Yes, so to an addition sign. So it's actually going to be log base 4 of x plus log base 4 of y. And then you have that last part, minus log base 4 of 3.
Y'all hear some grinding? My bad.
You're good. You're good. So this is our expanded answer right here. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Cool. Okay, let's do.
It kind of reminds me of another situation in math that we had to expand the equation.
Yeah.
Some about decimals.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can't totally picture it in my brain, but I definitely believe you. I feel like math is just a bunch of patterns. Like once you learn one rule, you apply it, and you can usually apply different things to the same situation. So, okay, let's do this second one. Okay, yes, we've got an exponent here. Good, good. Okay, so we have log base 3 x squared times y times z. So what do you want to start with?
I guess we can start with the base, of course, and then bring down the base and go for the rule.
Okay, so starting with which rule?
I think it's the product one.
Yes. Yes. Okay, let's start with the product rule. Product rule. Okay, tell me how I'm going to rewrite it then.
Log base of 3 x squared. Can't you break the x up, or am I wrong?
You will do something with this. You're totally right, but we have to take it one step at a time.
Okay.
So you're doing the right thing.
Plus log base of 3 to the y, and then plus log base of 3 to z.
Perfect. Great. And then you already called it. You were like, can't we break this up more? You're right. You remember what the rule is called?
Not really. No, I'm thinking on it.
Power rule.
Power.
And you can just remember that, right? Because it's x to the power of 2.
Yeah. Okay.
Cool. Okay. So do you remember what to do with this rule?
With the power rule?
Yep. I'll give you a hint. You see what I drew?
Yeah. Move it in front of the log space.
Exactly. Yeah. So you're going to move the exponent, move the 2 to the front of the equation. So what this ends up looking like is 2 times log base 3 of x. Okay.
Okay.
So all you have to do is move it to the front. And then you leave the rest of it the same. So you'll have plus log base 3 of y and plus log base 3 of z. And now you've expanded that as far as it can go.
Interesting.
Okay.
So it will never be will it ever be an equation where you gotta just use one, or will all of them have multiple?
Where you'll have to use only one rule?
Yeah.
Well, that's a great question. Let's do the last one. Okay, for this one, we have log base 5 of 2x. So tell me, what are you going to start with here?
You're gonna start with the 2 and the x. Oh, you mean what rule?
What rule? Yeah, what rule?
Don't those the 2 and x mean multiplication together like that?
Yes, exactly. So which rule are you going to use?
The quotient rule?
Product rule.
Oh, proper product. I was thinking of that, but then I second guessed myself.
It's okay. Don't second guess yourself. You got this. So we got the product rule. So what am I going to do here? How can I rewrite it?
Log base of 5 to the 2.
Yup.
And then plus log base of 5 to the x.
Great. And so can I break this up anymore? Can I expand it anymore?
No.
No. So you answered your own question right here. Is there ever going to be a time when you only use one rule? Yes. It just depends on the equation.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
It was something else I was getting into, but I didn't really understand what the teacher was trying to tell me.
Mm-hmm.
It was something like you do something with the base and move it somewhere. Like changing the base that I was talking to you the other day.
Yeah. So I didn't get into those rules today because you didn't send me any of those equations. But if you send me those, we can talk about those on Wednesday. How about that?
Okay. Can you do a condensed one? 'Cause that's what I was also struggling with.
Oh, one of these, you mean?
Mm.
Where you have to condense them?
Yeah.
Yeah, you didn't send me any, but I looked up a couple of them.
Okay.
So here you're gonna work backwards. So you have a plus sign, which means that
It's gonna
what
become a subtraction.
it's not a fraction. It goes
So
with
subtraction.
what?
It should become a subtraction. That's what I say.
No, oh, not a subtraction. Remember that the multiplication changes to an addition, right?
Oh, yeah.
So the addition is then going to change back to the multiplication.
Okay.
Okay. So this is still actually, it's the reverse of the product rule.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if I was going to rewrite this, I would write it as log, and I don't have a base here. I just left the base off. Log of 2 times 4. Right? I just took these two numbers and I put them together. Okay, with multiplication. The thing is, this is not actually as condensed as it can be, right? Because we can combine these two numbers. So what we actually end up with is log of what? What is 2 times 4?
Sorry, I had my mic off again. You said 2 times 4.
Yep.
8.
Yeah, exactly. So this right here is going to be your answer, log of 8. Okay.
Okay. So because it didn't have no base, you put both of the logs into one?
Yeah. So when there's no base listed, you can assume that it's log base 10. That's just kind of I don't know why, that's just the rule. If they have no base, then it's always just log base 10.
Okay.
But I really have to go because I have to jump on another call. But I can send you the other two, or the other ones that I've written. I can write out the answers for you and send them to you so that you can see some of those examples. Okay.
Okay, and email me this slide.
Yes, I will email you these notes.
I got
Thank you so much, Miss Kaitlyn.
Yeah,
And
sorry, I have to.
Pam wanted me to let you know she apologized for not being on your session. She had an AP test, but she said, tell Miss Kaitlyn I love her sessions, and I'm sorry I wasn't able to get on today. I said, all right, I'm gonna make sure she know.
Oh, I love that. That's great. Well, that's amazing that she had an AP test. So I'm glad. I hope she did well. But
yes, thank you so much.
Thank you, Miss Kaitlyn.
Yeah, love you all. I'll see you on
Love
Wednesday.
you too.
Yeah, see you Wednesday.
See you Wednesday.
Bye.
All right, y'all. Man, another great session, another great day. Amaya, you gonna be on here? You doing another problem or what, man? What you doing?
I wanted to say that I love you, Miss Joni. That's all.
I love you more. You already know that. I thought you was gonna do another problem. I was like, all right, go ahead. You right on time.
Oh no, I gotta get comfortable first for mine.
I know that's right. All right, well, I see you hopefully tomorrow. Morning shift.
You know I'm gonna be here.
Yeah, morning shift. All right, I see you, baby. Enjoy the rest of your day. Man, listen, I'm letting y'all off the hook a little early today because Miss Kaitlyn had her other meeting that she had to go to. So yeah, giving y'all back some time today, man. Ain't it a good thing? But another great day of success sessions, man. I'm super, super proud of all you guys. All of the conversations were on point today. Listen, you already know what it is, man. Tell a friend to tell a friend. Success session, yo. This way you need to be. You want to be successful. This is where you come to be successful. So I'll see you guys. What's today? Monday. I'm not going to see y'all until tomorrow, 10 a.m. right here. Success sessions. Enjoy the rest of your day.